Good afternoon or good evening. I am Tamara Adrian, and I would like to share with you a little history to begin today's exchange. 10 years ago, a democratic movement started in Tunisia that spread across the Arab world, inspiring millions to openly call for freedom, transparency, and rule of law in their countries. Tunisia has become an inspiring example of successful transition to democracy, but it also illustrates the challenges faced by countries as they navigate that transition. We've seen many other transitions over the last 10 years. In Ethiopia, Sudan, Ecuador, Ukraine, and Armenia, just to name a few. Other transitions have proved more fragile, as we have recently witnessed in Burma. And so we must ask ourselves, how do we help get democratic transitions back on track? We are proud to present this year's Global Assembly theme, Tower Successful Transitions, New Opportunities and Emerging Challenges. Over the next 2 days, we look to achieve two things. First, the Assembly discussions aim to provide tools to empower local democracy advocates and help them contribute to the success of democratic transitions. Since April of this year, the World Movement and its partners have organized a series of national and regional meetings that brought together a diverse group of pro-democracy advocates to share lessons and foster collaborations. These gatherings aim to combat corruption, empower youth, and give a voice to marginalized populations. Today's conference, the Global Exchange, is the capstone of a series of assembly meetings. We are highlighting the inspirational progress that our partners have made in their respective transitions. Our discussions will also explore innovative strategies and practical tools to overcome current and imminent challenges. The second objective of the Global Assembly is to build solidarity with fellow pro-democracy activists. Over the next 2 days, we will discuss the limitations imposed by today's global political environment and identify new opportunities for a stronger international solidarity. Democracy is in retreat. As we fight against the current of recent history, it is important to acknowledge the struggles and hard work of those who have fought without giving up. It is with this in mind that we will present the Democracy Courage Tributes to express our utmost solidarity with those who have demonstrated extraordinary courage in pursuing their ideals. Since 1999, the World Movement has held global assemblies bringing together more than 500 democracy advocates from over 100 different countries to take stock of democratic progress and strategize to overcome challenges. It is also a moment to celebrate victories, both small and large, and renew our commitment to freedom. This year's assembly is the 10th assembly. It is a big milestone for us, and we are excited to have you with us today.
Hi, my name is David Riveros Garcia, and I'm from Reacción Paraguay, an organization that catalyzes community innovation to fight corruption. The Assembly is a fascinating place where the leading minds in democracy theory meet the leading activists defending and promoting democracy around the world. I can't wait to meet you all this year. See you there.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Gabriel. I come from Malaysia, from an anti-corruption group called the Center to Combat Corruption and Cronyism. I've attended several assemblies, the World Movement of Democracy, and I find it very useful.
Hi everyone, I'm Esther Teria from Ghana, Director for Gender Center for Empowering Development. I'm happy to be here, and I was really excited to have attended one of the General Assembly of the World Movement for Democracy. I will encourage my sisters and brothers who will be joining the assembly virtually to take advantage of it and also network as you are doing your virtual conversations and all that. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the summit this year.
We hope you'll find our event inspirational and useful as you continue to fight for democracy.
Hi, everyone. I welcome all of you to the 10th Global Assembly of the World Movement for Democracy. My name is Ryota Jonen, and I'm Director of the World Movement for Democracy Secretariat at the National Endowment for Democracy based in Washington, D.C. The World Movement is a global network bringing together democracy activists, human rights defenders, labor unionists, business associations, parliamentarians, and scholars to advance democracy and promote freedom around the world, particularly on three thematic areas: defending civic space, promoting inclusive political participation, and empowering youth leadership. We do so by encouraging and making connection among democracy advocates, sharing best practices and innovative responses to challenges, and inspiring and building solidarity with fellow democracy activists. Our Global Assembly is one big place where we gather many of our partners to build alliances and partnership to address our common challenges. Even though this year's Global Assembly is happening online, I hope that our assembly will provide you with practical ideas and inspiration as you defend and promote democracy in your respective communities. Please make sure that you follow us and continue the conversation on social media using hashtag WM10Assembly. World Movement is guided by International Steering Committee, consisting of political and civil society leaders from so many different corners of the world. The steering committee is led by Mr. José Ramos Horta, former president of Timor-Leste and 1996 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Now, I'm delighted to invite Chairman José Ramos Horta to open the assembly officially.
Welcome, everyone, to the Global Exchange, the grand finale of the 10th Global Assembly. As part of the Global Assembly, nearly 500 people have participated in our national and regional discussions since April. The Global Exchange agenda has been informed by those discussions. As the opening video outlined, we will be talking about democratic transitions. 12 national and regional discussions have reminded us how fragile those transitions can be. Transitions are challenges like economic stagnation, deeply rooted corruption, security and political instability, disinformation campaign efforts to discredit democracy. And of course, now we have a COVID which is being used sometimes by those who do not adhere to our democratic values to prevent people from organizing themselves. So as you take part in today's discussion, let's think how to keep democratic transitions on track. In some cases, it is about how to bring transitions back on track because transitions have been stalled or derailed. We have so many brilliant minds on today's program, and I hope you will find the discussion both informative and inspiring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me quickly introduce today's program. We have packed agenda focusing on Assembly theme towards successful transition, new opportunities, and emerging challenges. We'll begin with a discussion on the role of young people during the democratic transition, followed by Anna Dorize's lightning talk. Anna is from the Republic of Georgia. Then we'll have a panel with two Tunisian civil society leaders talking about ways forward for Tunisia's difficult transition, particularly with economic stagnation. I'm also excited to bring you a conversation between two great minds that I always seek wisdom from, our chairman, Jose Ramos Horta, and NED President, Karl Gershman. Session 7 will focus on how to ensure the transition stays on track. Then we'll have Musa Kando of Mali, having his own lightning talk, highlighting an approach of naming and framing to build accountable institutions. While we focus a lot on recent transition to democracy, we are also concerned about countries that had their transitions 2-3 decades ago, but are now sliding backwards. We invited Larry Diamond and activist media practitioners such as Maria Ressa of the Philippines to explore how to protect democracy from backsliding. Finally, we'll end today's program with a musical performance by our friend from Nigeria, Sil. Now, I'd like to invite World Movement's Harvard Youth Fellow, Risham Wasim of Pakistan, to moderate the first session, The Role of Youth in Transition, Building a Democratic Future.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this online discussion as part of the 10th Global Assembly on the role of youth in democratic transition, building a democratic future. My name is Risham Wasim. I am a human rights activist from Pakistan, and I've been a Harvard Youth Fellow, and I will be your moderator for the evening, afternoon, or morning, depending on when you see it, which part of the world you are in. So today we are going to talk about young people, otherwise known as millennials. According to this report in the University of Cambridge, it indicated that 55% of young people aren't very happy with democracy. I think as a young person myself, it's not like we do not believe in democracy, but there is certainly some discontent regarding the systems of governance that are available. Right now, we have a very strong movement happening from all over the world, being led by young people, where we're trying to make democracy more inclusive and trying to include more people and figuring out how we can make it stronger. And that is exactly what we are going to talk about with our lovely panel of youth activists. So I'm just going to quickly introduce them and we will then have this conversation with them. First off, I have, sorry, give me a second. First of all, I have Rua Bakri. She is from Rua Bakri Muhammad Senada. I hope I pronounced your name right. She is from Sudan. She is the founder of Way Association, which seeks to promote active citizenship in Sudan through education on human rights, creative problem solving, culture and ethnic inclusion, and peace building. She pursues these objectives through public campaigning and capacity development for women and youth. She is also a teacher and secondary school manager. Then we have Anna Bondarenko from Ukraine. She is the founder and CEO of Ukrainian Volunteer Service, which promotes a culture of volunteerism in the country. She has developed a community of youth leaders that implement grassroots initiatives that further social change in their communities. Her experiences include developing educational programs on civic engagement, leading advocacy campaigns to promote volunteerism, and empowering young people to engage at a national level. And then we have Margarita Mayra from Chile. She is an advocacy coordinator at It's Our Time to Participate, a platform that promotes participation in rewriting the constitution that is underway in Chile. She has led campaigns to engage youth and vulnerable groups in decision-making processes and has trained emerging leaders in several Latin American countries. She has also worked with former Chilean President Michelle Bachelet's digital communication team and with Chile's General Secretariat. And she is also, like me, a 2018 Harvard Youth Fellow at the World Movement for Democracy. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us from your parts of the world. I'm looking forward to the conversations we have today. So quickly, I will love for all of you to tell us what is happening today in your countries. Rua, I would like to start with you. Since we have a global audience here, we would love a bit of context. So after 2018, 2019, what is happening in Sudan's transition and what are some of the challenges that people in your country are facing right now?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this session. I am very delighted really to be part of this and to, to engage with other youth from other countries. It is my honor. What is happening right now in Sudan? What's the updates? That the combination of the government was, civilian party or civilian side and military side. We have combination from military and combination from civilian, six from civilian and six from military. The government president is from military side, and we have the other side are six civilian from different political parties. uh, Speaking about our current situation after these two years of transitional period, we can say we achieved some goals. We have peace agreement. We have uh, donors, what we can conferences, Berlin and Paris. This is the last one. Sudan has been uplifted from the blacklist of terrorism. Sudan debt has been relieved. So we have what we can say positive steps, but today in Sudan we are suffering from uh, some negative, what we can say negative situations or negative circumstances. We suffer from uh, very what we can say inflation. Right now, inflation in Sudan is 400%, higher than the time before revolution. Like when before revolution, $1 equals 100 or 120 Sudanese pound, but today $1 equals 500 Sudanese pound. So we have high rate of inflation. The second thing, we are suffering from lack of basic services such as electricity, water services, gas services. Unfortunately, here in Sudan, we are speaking about 6 to 8 hours electricity cut off daily. Electricity, has been every day for 6 to 8 hours. We don't have electricity, and when we don't have electricity, the internet connection become very bad. So we are speaking about basic services.
Anna, hi. Let's get to you. When the Euromaidan Revolution took place, 2014, 2015, you must have been very young. How did you and your friends participate in it? And how are other young people, how is generally the country transitioning after that had happened? What is happening right now? And how are young people participating in the democratic process?
Thank you, Risham, and hello, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here today to talk a little bit about what's happening in Ukraine right now. And actually, our revolution had happened quite a long time ago. Yeah, 2014 was a year of change for Ukrainian youth. And most of the people who took part in the revolution back then were actually from 15 to 30 years old. We were young, we were very romantic, we were very inspired about a possibility to change something in our country. And for most of us, of course, that was the first revolution that we actually had a chance to be a part of. What's important to understand about Ukraine is that our revolution has derived from the situation when Ukrainian youth was expecting a lot of democratic changes. We were expecting them from our president, for the parliament, and then at some point, the president decided that no change is possible. We're going to a different direction. So the revolution for us was a possibility to kind of react. It was not planned at all. It was mostly emotional during the first month. And, I remember my feeling of that moment. And that was a feeling, from the Scorpions song, A Wind of Change, when you really feel that you can change something and that change is really possible. What we didn't expect at that moment was that the revolution will be lasting for a long time. We didn't expect that it will lead to the war. We didn't expect that it will lead to people losing their lives. And that would actually happen in 3, 4, 5 months after the first protest that started all over the country. So when the war started and when the Russian forces invaded Ukraine, most of us didn't expect that kind of a situation. And for most of us, that was a moment of waking up and a moment of, losing this kind of emotional and inspirational thoughts inside us and turning into more active, more empowered position. And right now in 2021, when I'm looking back at all these years, the things that I'm seeing in Ukraine is actually the process of constant learning how to cooperate, how to unite, how to organize social initiatives, how to do something in your city, in your village, in your region, not waiting for support from the government or support from the other countries. And what also kind of inspired me during all this period is that actually right now, Ukraine is still in the state of war. We still have casualties on the eastern borders of our country. We still have lots of volunteer initiatives who are helping the soldiers, the people who lost their families in the war, the people who are helping the IDPs here in Ukraine. And still we see how those initiatives during all those years kind of change from unexperienced youngsters to more experienced, more capable, and more professional organizations. And that is something that Ukraine is really fond of. Even though we still have a lot of challenges, and I'm sure that Margarita and other colleagues will tell about their challenges, and I think there are a lot of common between our countries. Because in Ukraine right now, we have a threat of populism. We still have a threat for many people of their economic capacity, of their safety. And, those threats, they kind of became a part of our life that we are really used to, but also something that kind of make us work every single day and kind of motivates us to develop the civil society, even though sometimes it's really frustrating and really hard to do.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was really interesting to know. And yes, I agree. There are so many similarities that we find in all of our countries, and that's why we all need to unite. Margarita, I have the same question for you because Chile has been considered a stable democratic country, and it's even played a role in sharing its democratic practices with other countries. But we saw after October 2019, there were lots of protests happening. And I remember you and I are friends. I saw what was happening on your social media as well. So it was quite powerful. So please tell us about it.
Yes, thank you, Risham, and thank you for the invitation. And an honor to be here and be able to discuss these things with other young people from other parts of the world who are experiencing kind of similar things. And I agree with that, with Anna in that. So about Chile, yeah, in 2019, in October 2019, we had what we call the social outburst. That's what we call it in Spanish, el estallido social. It's basically, we had a rise in the public transport fare. It was tiny, but it was the straw that broke the camel's back. And with that, people just took to the streets and they were protesting against the extreme inequalities, the political exclusion that our neoliberal economic system, our model provokes here in Chile. And they were asking for changes in social security mainly. So pensions, education, healthcare were the big demands on the streets. But what's really interesting, what happened here was that it was the first people who took to the streets were high school students. So when the subway fare went up, it was them who went to the streets and said, our parents and our grandparents cannot afford anything more in their lives. Like they already struggle to make ends meet, so we cannot change this. we need to change this. So that's what like they just threw this tiny snowball, and suddenly we had this avalanche, and all of Chile was on the streets. And as Anna was saying, we also thought this was going to last one day or maybe two, maybe a week, but in the end we had 4, 5, 6 months. People were on the streets all the time, protesting, demonstrating. We had people come together, meet their neighbors. We were really isolated before that, and we came together as a society to dream of a better future. So it's beautiful what's happening here. And then, well, the pandemic brought us all back to our houses. But what did happen after that was that we managed to make all of this transition to a democratic way out in a new constitution. So we called for a plebiscite. The parties here in Chile called for a plebiscite last year, asking if Chile wanted a new constitution or not. 80% of the country said, yes, we want a new constitution. Young people went out to vote, which was new, and they said, we want a new constitution. And now we just elected our constitutional convention, and it's happening. In a couple of weeks, we're going to have a convention working together, and I've had the pleasure to be working on making that space as open as possible from our civil society organizations who are working on promoting citizen participation in the drafting of the new constitution, so that we are all a part of this process, because we were all a part of how this began, because we all went out to the streets and wanted to ask for change. So if it goes the right way, and I hope it does, this will be a beautiful, beautiful thing to a legacy for the rest of the world, to show them that we can do things in an open, inclusive, democratic way, and we can achieve change. We can.
Thank you, Margarita. That was very inspirational, and a really congratulations on all the amazing work you're doing, and we can't wait to see what's going to happen next. Rua, I have the same question for you, but please feel free to not turn your video on. We can just have your audio interview. If you can also give us a bit of context that what has been happening after the protests and that happened in Sudan post 2018, 2019.
Like I said, in 2018, we have the Sudanese Great Revolution that end with the declaration of, falling of the Inghaz regime. This was the previous regime of Sudan that lasted for 30 years, since 1989 till to 2019. So the falling in was in April 2019. And we had the most important, situation in Sudan that time, which called the leadership sit-in. But unfortunately, on the 3rd of June 2019, we have the worst crime, or the worst human crime in the universe, which is the sit-in broke up. And that was in 3rd of June 2019. And from that time, we as youth were, very disappointed about what happened, because we were very excited and we were very, brave to make the previous regime to fall and to have the Sudan that all of us dream of, to have rights, to be able to live better life. But what happened that time make the Sudanese youth and people very disappointed and very, sad about what happened. We have more than 300, young people were killed that time. What happened after that? We have, negotiation with civilian and military parties, and end with the transitional government which we have right now, which lasted for 3 years, from 2019 till 2022. And when and which is mean we are 2 years away from this transitional period, and we thought in this transitional period Sudan will become better, speaking about human rights and so on and so on. But right now we are 1 year away from end of the transitional period. But what is really happening is we are still suffering from, you know, the pandemic come, and the Sudanese people is still suffering a lot, and we think we didn't move a step forward democracy, or for even forward the country that we dream of.
But thank you so much, Rua, for explaining to us what is happening in Sudan. Definitely no transition is easy. And we have seen the countless lives and that get sacrificed and the effort that people make. So definitely this is not easy, and it is something that constantly has to happen, and the journey is constant. And a segue from that is what I would like to ask you guys, that now that something has instigated, something has happened, things are changing, even if it's in a little way, but there is this new space that young people have in your respective countries. There is a voice, there's a platform now, there's a recognition. How are young people trying to use this platform? What do they want? Is there a uniformity in what they want? Is there like a very direct idea? This is what we want from our country. This is what we want from our democracy. And what is that? Anna, I would like for you to go first, and then we can take turns.
Well, thank you. That's a really wonderful question. As for Ukraine, the Euromaidan revolution was called by Ukrainians a revolution of dignity. And the word dignity actually became one of the most popular words in our vocabulary during the last year. So for the revolution and the times after the revolution, dignity, freedom, and opportunity to speak up and to be included in the processes, not just represented, but included, was actually one of the goals of many activists and many groups that were trying to take part in the transition processes. Still, it's important to understand that Ukraine is actually a really big country. It's one of the biggest countries in Europe. And for us, it's always a challenge to unite together and to find a common goal, common values that would be shared by the whole society. In Ukraine, there are 10 million young people who are living in really different economical communities and social communities. So for us, still, those periods of transformations were always about talking through and looking for things that unite us. And right now, we actually have those common goals. One of them is an opportunity to participate and improve our education system. Because even though in Ukraine, there are lots of universities, colleges, and schools, still the quality of education is kind of concerning. So that's one of the biggest issues that is uniting many groups of young people from different parts of the country. The second thing that unites all of us is a goal to be included in the political processes within the country. And actually here we have quite a lot of successes with inclusion of young people and especially women in the political process. We're represented a lot in Verkhovna Rada in Ukraine, which is actually for the first of the Ukrainian history since the beginning of the independence. So being included on different spheres is kind of one of the things which is really important right here, right now. And the third thing that is uniting us is an idea, a goal to build a more strong economy in Ukraine. And here, even though we have different visions on how you have to build it and how Ukrainian economy should look like, the common idea is more liberal, it's more democracy oriented, and it's more, and of course, it's an idea of Ukraine being a part of a European and global context, and not the part of, you know, Ukrainian-Russian relationships or any kind of those relationships. So for us, yeah, education, inclusion, and economy are three most important things. And what I really enjoy seeing right now in Ukraine is that actually young people suddenly became active on both levels. On level of civic activism, grassroots initiatives, and we see enormous amount of grassroots initiatives that mushroomed through all those years. On the other hand, we have these political ways to engage. We have a rise of youth councils, different youth groups, youth working groups, both on a national and on a local level. And those things are usually represented both by 15, 16-year-olds and also by 20, 25-year-old ones. So yeah, that's kind of how it looks right now in Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Anna. Margarita, I guess the same question, and even though you have very broadly mentioned what the young people, like there's a very obvious vision of what the young people want, but I would also like you to talk about after October 29, how have these young people, the ones that were in universities, the ones who are students, how are they organizing? Is there a more, is there any kind of political organizations that are like, what is the political landscape in the context of the youth of Chile right now as well?
Yeah, so I want to say something about what Anna was saying, because when you asked what people in Chile were asking for and what the demands were, it's really interesting to see that several of the concepts repeat in her narrative and what I'm about to say. And I think that's beautiful in a sense, because we're all aiming for the same things. So if we had this social outburst, as we call it, we say that Chile blew up. If Chile blew up, ground zero was a square in downtown Santiago called Italia Square, Italy Square. And that's where the protests began. And that's where we met when we wanted to get together and say what we wanted to change. That place was colloquially changed its name and it's now called Dignity Square. So now everyone refers to that place as Dignity Square, because that is what we're asking for. We want dignity, and that is the main demand here. And it's interesting how that repeats in different stories, because as human beings, that's what we want, and that's what we need, and that's what our political systems are not providing for us. And in Chile, it's specifically in well, the whole model, as I was saying, like pensions, education, healthcare, all those things. We don't feel dignity when we go to use these services in our system, in our country. So we want to change all of that, and it's such a structural change that we want to change now the constitution, because we just basically need to redraft the most basic things of our society, and that is what everyone is asking for, and specifically young people. The demands have to do with all of this, with political exclusion, because they want their voices heard. I mean, I work with teenagers who are aiming for a better political representation. They want to be able to say what they want for Chile and be heard, which sounds basic, but doesn't really happen. And an organization has been happening around that. People get together. I mean, this happened on all levels, and it was beautiful to see. People got together in parks around the corner, and they were talking about how they wanted Chile to be from now on, and students were a really important part of that. But it was across generations, really, and it was really nice to see that we were all sharing a certain vision of our country, and people in the different territories got together, and students are doing their thing, of course, and there are student federations, and they are getting together to think about all this. Well, with the pandemic, it's been really hard, but I do see that dignity is the heart of it all, and I just had to mention it because it's basic.
Yeah. Definitely, it is basic, and it's lovely to see the connections that we see everywhere. And by the way, social outburst is probably my favorite phrase now. I love that. Rua, I have the same question for you. Can you please also explain what are some of the demands that young people have in Sudan right now?
Like I previously mentioned, Sudan, facing many, difficult times and obstacles, struggling a lot. Due to that, the previous regime is still controlling in all the different institutions, and even in our transitional period government, the previous regime is still controlling. So what are the demands of the Sudanese people right now, and for youth especially? Actually, we are asking for political and economical stability. Since the revolution, since 2018, we do have, the economic situation every day became, worse. And this time we have the worst, the what we can say, the most difficult situation ever, speaking about economy and security and instability. So people in Sudan asking for stability, asking for basic services. We are seeking, to have institutions without administrative and political corruption. We suffer a lot from corruption, and we still have corruption in our institutions despite the 2 years after revolution.
Thank you so much, Rua, for making the time and being here and sharing this experience with us. Now, guys, I would like to now talk a little bit about how young people, meaning you guys, are doing the things that you are doing and helping your countries, your communities achieve their goals. I'll start with you, Anna. Please explain how you have initiated the Ukrainian Volunteer Center, how young people throughout the country are engaging with organizational programs and other entrepreneurial projects, and what kind of impacts are you, tangible impacts are you trying to create through your work and see through your work so far?
The story of Ukrainian Volunteer Service actually started right after the revolution, when a group of volunteers, not any kind of organization, but just a group of volunteers, had started to organize different volunteer initiatives, first aimed to help the IDPs, the soldiers, and try to kind of solve some social issues. And then we started to organize more and more different initiatives. Basically, for us, I was born in Odessa, which is one of the cities in the south of Ukraine, and the city that was really usually considered as one of the most pro-Russian cities in Ukraine. Odessa was always, there were jokes about us being an independent part of Ukraine, which is not really a Ukraine. So all these stereotypes were the stereotypes that I was born and was living with for the most part of my life. And actually, one of the initiatives that was quite famous in our city was an initiative of the volunteers who every year organize a Ukrainian festival on the Independence Day. And the idea of this festival was actually to celebrate the Independence Day, because the local authorities rejected to fund any other public event in order to celebrate such an important day for our country. So it all started with a group of volunteers who just organized this festival without any funding, without any partners, but just going to the streets and organizing concerts, different events, discussions, poetry readings, and other kinds of events to kind of bring people together to wear the traditional clothes, vyshivanka, and kind of be together on that important day. And actually, when the revolution and then the war started, those people, those small group of volunteers, was a group of people who tried to respond first on the new issues that arise. At that point, I was 17 or 18, something like that. So for me, it was one of my first experiences as volunteer and volunteer coordinator. And for years after the revolution, 2014, 15, 16, we kind of, tried to organize different activities, helping soldiers, helping kids in orphanages, organizing some ecology activities, whatsoever. And in 2017, we saw that in Ukraine, there is a problem that there are a lot of volunteer groups, a lot of grassroots initiatives, a lot of people who want to do something, but on the other hand, they usually have no idea how to make something meaningful, how to make their initiatives sustainable and capable, and they don't have enough skills and knowledge, to kind of turn their great and inspiring ideas into actions and into projects that really help the people. So that was the point when we initiated Ukrainian Volunteer Service, which we dreamed to become a national organization that would work together with our ministries, with our government, but also work together with people all around the country, in small cities, in villages, empowering them to do something in their cities, to act, to volunteer. And basically, since 2017, we were implementing this vision into reality. So, our recipe of our impact is kind of simple. We are an organization that invites people into volunteering. We mostly work with youth. Those are teenagers, usually from 14 and up to 35, 40 years old. And our goal is to find the youth leaders from the region, the ones who are really inspired but not capable, and usually they don't have enough self-confidence to act. And our idea is to empower them, inspire them, and provide them with soft and hard skills needed to organize initiatives and organize people around those initiatives on the local level. The important part of this recipe is actually partnership, because while working with volunteers, we see that a lot of them actually lack support, both from their families, from their communities, from their local authorities. So for us, it's really important not only to empower people to act and support their initiatives in their cities, but also to help them to build this meaningful connections with charitable organizations, nonprofits, other initiative groups working in their cities. And the third ingredient that is really important for our success and our impact is providing a meaningful volunteer experience to the biggest amount of people in the smallest region. And that's what actually our activists are doing. While organizing events, while doing different activities, they're trying to engage as many people into volunteering as they can, to provide those people with meaningful experience in education, ecology, inclusion, anti-corruption, and other spheres, just to give a sense of purpose and a sense of, this feeling, I can do everything, my voice matters. So that's kind of the recipe that we are working for last year. And right now our community unites more than 30,000 young people all around the country who are working really hard on different issues in their cities. And we are really proud that this is not only about local activism, but also right now we are able to work a lot with the government and to have partnership with the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine. So basically we are representing the needs and the voice of the people in the smallest cities, and we are transitioning and translating in some way those needs to our government in order to help them not only to initiate some changes, but to actually implement them and communicate them with the youth all around Ukraine.
Wow, Anna, that is so impressive. It's impressive and so inspirational. And that's the important thing. You're building a community, and that's so powerful. And good luck with all the future work that you're doing. Margarita, I have also a very similar question from you, because a lot of your work is dealing with the rewriting the Constitution. So what kind of opportunities and mechanisms are being made available to young people in this process, and how are they actually able to articulate what they want in this particular process?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, because even though, as I said, it was teenagers who started all of this, they don't really have a mechanism, like a formal mechanism to be involved in the writing of the new constitution. It's true that we don't have any formal mechanisms yet for anything, but it is a worry that we have that young people could be excluded from all of this, and that would just be against all of that we've been fighting for in the past few years. So what we're doing is, as advocacy coordinator in my project called It's Our Turn to Participate, we are promoting different ways in which marginalized groups can be involved in the drafting of the new constitution. So how can we make young people a part of it? And we are proposing, our proposals have to do with special processes to involve young people and even children, hopefully, so that their voices can be heard with the specific methodologies that they need. But also we're promoting, for example, that in schools you can have a nationwide effort to have conversations around what the new constitution should be like, so that they can, from the educational system, bring all of that to the Constitutional Convention in a formal, organized way. We're also promoting that young people can vote, because here in Chile we can vote from 18 on, but the ones who started all of this were high school students. So high school students can't vote, and they want to be a part of this, and they have their ideas. They know more about politics than many older people. They're very prepared, and they have clear ideas, and they want to be able to say that through the formal mechanism that is the vote. So we were advocating for, and we will try to advocate for in the future, for younger people to be able to vote. So 16 up, or maybe 14 up even. So we will go for that at some point. And also we are opening up spaces for these young people to actually have a say. So for example, there was a law that was being passed, discussed in Congress about precisely how people in schools, young people in schools, could have a process in schools for the Constitution. And we brought a teenager to Congress and said, okay, so don't listen to me, because I'm not in school anymore, but you can listen to him and see what they want, like firsthand. So we're opening up, like we're clearing the path for them to have their say. And we are also promoting with other groups, not only youth. We're working to have migrants be able to have their voices heard, to have people with disabilities, people in jails. Here in Chile, you have people who have the right to vote. They are in jail, but they don't actually have access to voting because no one brings them their vote. That there is no practical way to make that happen, and we're advocating for that too. For the inclusion of women, of course, like with the gender perspective, all over the mechanisms. And we've founded a network of organizations to promote this, to promote all of this, called Participation Network, which I founded, and I am general coordinator right now. And to promote all of these mechanisms, inclusive mechanisms, and good standard for these mechanisms in the Constitutional Convention. And we are now working with elected people for the convention. So the convention will start in like three weeks, a month, and we are now working with them so that we can prepare the way and see how we can collaborate to make this happen, because this is a challenge that involves all of Chile, not only the people elected for it. Of course, there are our representatives, but we want to help them out. And if there are people there who believe in what we are proposing, with our inclusion, our participation mechanisms, hopefully we can just make it easier for them to push for that. Yeah, so we involved 300 candidates who are now, 45 of them are now elected constitutional conventionalists, and we will be working with them, because we said during the campaign, we said, we want participation and we want inclusion to be a really important part of this. And they were like, we agree with you. So everyone, I think there is a good chance that we will be able to do this in an open, inclusive way, because it's what Chile wants. I mean, the origin of this was on the streets, and the people elected for the Constitution, for writing the new Constitution, they know that, and they have it in their veins, which is wonderful. So that we're gonna help them out and make this happen.
Thank you, Margarita. That is very powerful, and I'm very excited to see what happens next. I'll keep following you on your social media to get updates. We're almost out of time, but we do have one last question. I would love it if you guys can just quickly answer it. It's a huge question, so I don't know how you're going to do it, but please still try. So we see that there's a lot of space being made, and you guys are essentially making an active young generation that is very much involved in the civic engagement process. How is this relationship being dealt in? Like, how is it intergenerational? How are the other generations responding to the activities and the work that the young people are doing? Where are they meeting together? And I know all of you have talked about it a little bit, but if you guys can just briefly explain it a bit further. And Anna, we can start with you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm actually a big advocate for this cross-generational partnership, because I personally believe that even though young people have a voice, are extremely capable, if they're supported, they still need this support and this opportunity to kind of, enter the conversation. So it's really important to not just represent the young people through some councils or some youth groups, whatever. It's really important to create as many opportunities in the civil society, in the political sector, in the business sector for young people to enter this sector, to be heard, and then to have an opportunity to learn and participate. And here also, it's really important to notice that usually when we're talking about young people, there's still some smaller groups within this big community of young people. We still have youth with fewer opportunities. For example, in Ukraine, it's a group of young mothers who has just had their first or second child, and they're excluded from many social and political processes. We still have this group of young adults and youth that are, for example, my age, I'm 25, and still this is a group that has some different needs and opportunities to participate and talk. So I personally believe that it's really important not to, create or imagine some new ways for participation of young people. It's really important to ensure that different groups of youth, teenagers, young adults, youth with fewer opportunities are integrated in the processes that are already there. And I truly believe that it should be both on a national and on a local level, both in economy, in politics, and in the civil society, which is also really important and usually, kind of undervalued here in Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Anna. Margarita, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as I said, different generations have been working together from October 2019 on in one way or another. First, because it was high school students who were advocating for their parents and grandparents. And then after that, in these get-togethers, in the squares, we call them cabildos. It's like a space where we all discuss what we want for the future of Chile. All generations were there talking about, like, engaging in a dialogue, saying what we want and putting out their different perspectives. And now we see that, as I said, like in our work, civil society organizations, we are advocating for participation mechanisms for young people, working together with them, trying to open up the spaces for them to actually have a say in what, like, with their opinions about things firsthand. And this is the spirit. And I see that we're actually working right now with several organizations to create a proposal for the inclusion of younger people in the drafting of the new constitution. And we're going to deliver that to our elected representatives who are going to be writing the new constitution. And that we will have to adapt our methodologies, and we will have to think of a way to make this happen. And hopefully that will take place in schools, as I was saying. And all of that is an intergenerational effort, because they want to participate, and they're doing what they can so that people will open, like the system will open up its doors for them. But we are helping them out in that. So we know that no one can achieve these changes by themselves. No, we're not alone, like we're not an island. And civil society organizations, we're doing our part in that. We're helping them out, not advocating for them, but advocating with them. And I think that's the spirit here. And I think our elected representatives for the convention, many of them I know many of them have this concern, and they want young people to be involved. So even representatives in the convention, they will also be working with young people, and hopefully, as I said, in schools. So yeah, we're all working together.
Okay, guys, that rounds up our conversation. I think what really stood out to me is that even though all of us are in literally different continents almost, our struggles are very similar. The way we are trying to come up with creative ways to deal with those challenges are very similar. At the end of the day, it's a global effort. We're all in this together. We're all learning from each other. And I really, really like to thank World Movement for Democracy for creating a space where all of us could get together, talk, get to know each other, and get hope from each other. So thank you very much. Thank you all the lovely panelists who were able to join me. And thank you everyone who is watching right now. Take care.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anna Dolidze. Originally, I'm a professor of international law. I'm really delighted to be part of this forum and to be able to tell my story. I returned to Georgia as a public servant a couple of years ago. I lived in the United States where I attained my PhD and then in Canada. And a couple of years ago, I had an opportunity to come back to Georgia, to Republic of Georgia, to serve in public service. But now I want to tell you a story of how I started building a movement called Movement for People. It originally started at my previous job when I was appointed as a public servant in a commission that oversees judiciary. My whole life's objective has been to establish independent courts in Georgia. Of course, it has always been a challenge in a newly born republic from the Soviet Union. And this was a great opportunity for me to serve in this commission and to work on judiciary reform. And that's where I discovered that unfortunately this would not have been feasible because the judges that had been serving on the bench, they had been part of a previous authoritarian regime. They had participated in grave and large-scale human rights abuses. And unfortunately, the new government did not undertake many reforms. So it would not be possible to establish independent courts with the judges that had been part of an authoritarian and repressive regime. So I started pushing for the reform, first as an independent public servant. And where it started was that I started to break the silence about the problems in the judiciary. And if you ask me now how it happened, was it planned? My answer would be no, it was totally spontaneous. And whether you want to call it intuitive or it was inner voice, but I just didn't feel comfortable working for the system where I was sure it would not be the kind of rule of law based system for which I aspired. I was sure that with these judges, without transparency, without accountability, without competent personnel, we would not be able to establish a proper independent court. So I started being the critic of the system, and somehow, and surprisingly, this message started to resonate with wider public. And if you ask me now, did I know about this? No, I was just sure I was saying the right thing. But I think this honesty and integrity contributed a lot to the process, but also the fact that it seemed that a lot of people had already been concerned with the stalemate in the judiciary. However, they were not voicing their concerns as vocally for many reasons. And suddenly my media appearances about the problems in the judiciary became part of a kind of a snowball movement that started to build by itself. Somehow I pushed a button that created these waves in public of concerns for courts. At this moment, I decided my statements became quite political, quite politically critical, and that's the moment where I decided it was time to build a wider network. It wasn't sufficient to just remain a public servant in a specific commission, and it would be important to build a movement, and I started to build movement for people with my teammates and with various stakeholders. I started to form alliances. Alliances with whom? First and foremost, let's start with non-governmental organizations, with NGOs, alliances with international organizations, with Georgia's partners who are, of course, interested in democratic reforms in Georgia. Alliances with the media are key. And I think the key here was to find how our interests coincided. And I think it's quite hard here because Georgian media is very polarized. Public broadcasting doesn't have much traction, and private media has ratings, it's popular, but they're driven by particular business and political interests, by political parties. But I succeeded for this message to go through about judiciary by trying to explain to all the stakeholders that we are not in competition. We are allies, and trying to discern what particular interest each group has. For instance, NGOs, I think they all had experience, skills, competence in this particular area, and our interests coincided because I was able to draw on their competence and experience, on their expertise, on their reports, and to recognize their efforts and give them much wider exposure through the media. So building alliances is the key, but the danger here is, I want to underline, is that various stakeholders start to dilute your message or diffuse it with their own agendas. And the key here was to control the objective of the movement for people. The objective was not to demolish judiciary altogether or to sack all the judges. For instance, one political party, a radical political party, started saying, we have to sack all 300 judges and then reappoint them anew. And of course, this is quite dangerous. This wasn't never the original objective of the movement or the movement of people. So it is important at every stage to make sure you control the message of the campaign and to go back to the original message. And finally, I think what was very important in this movement for independent courts is to celebrate small victories. This movement already is 2 years old. And of course, a long time will pass since we're able to achieve real reform and since we're able to substantially change the composition of the courts or to establish a new system. And protracted war, this protracted struggle isn't easy. It takes a lot of resources. It's very draining. Sometimes I used to do, in this fall, I used to do 5 on-air appearances on the media. And this is with all the delegation possible to express the message on some small TVs, radio stations, personal meetings. And how can you refuel the campaign when it's lasting so long? And along the way, by celebrating small victories. I'll give you an example. Amidst this process, there was one stage where we had to appoint, the council had to appoint new judges to the Supreme Court. Previously, appointment process was always behind the closed doors and was always secret and with backroom dealings mostly, and public had no clue what kind of people would go to the Supreme Court. I started demanding that this process be televised and transmitted online. With building alliances, speaking with the head of public broadcasting, speaking with NGOs, speaking with international organizations, convincing the judges themselves that this was a very small concession, not a big one, a small concession. We could achieve that the whole interview process was broadcasted. This is 50 candidates interviewed over a month, hours and hours of interviewing. And this was a victory. We could have ignored this as a victory. We could have said, it doesn't mean much. What is the difference does it make? But in fact, now I'm sure that institutionally in future, all judges, all interviews for such a high position will be televised. Public will have the idea what kind of candidates are being appointed. I know in the United States, this is normal. This is a routine when candidates for Supreme Court are being interviewed in Congress, but not in Georgia. So now we have this change, and it was very important to celebrate this as a victory for the movement for people, as it gave us fuel to continue forward with our aspiration. Thank you for this opportunity. I wish you all best of luck in your endeavors.
Authoritarian forces in every region of the world are preventing citizens from having a say in how they are governed. Many democracies are struggling to maintain democratic institutions and practices. Ethnic minorities, women, and youth in particular are increasingly marginalized from the political process. Since 1999, the World Movement for Democracy has helped civil society activists to push back against these undemocratic trends and stand up for human rights. We believe that by connecting individual democracy movements together and building solidarity across borders, all democracy advocates become stronger. We work to do that in a variety of ways. We gather pro-democracy activists, scholars, journalists, and political leaders together in global assemblies, as well as in smaller regional conferences. Through our Erfurt Youth Fellowship, we nurture the leadership of young advocates and elevate their voices on our platforms. Through our crossover initiative, we share resources that provide knowledge from activists who have successfully crossed over into new roles as public officials. Our Right to Receive Funding project provides additional hands-on tools to help civil society organizations protect their right to receive international funding. And our Set Them Free campaign marshals support for activists who are unjustly imprisoned. Through these projects and more, we strive to amplify the work and bravery of democracy activists in all parts of the world, so that we can help end injustice and build a freer world.
Hello and welcome to everyone. I'm very pleased to moderate this panel, and our panel is on Tunisia today, with two very prominent figures in Tunisian society and politics. I would like to introduce our two speakers. I myself, as a moderator, I'm Basma Kodmani. I'm a scholar, founder and former director of the Arab Reform Initiative, and today I am a member of the Syrian Constitutional Committee. My two wonderful panelists are Lubna Jeribi and Ines Jaibi. So I would like to introduce them very briefly. Lubna was Minister of Education and Minister in charge of major projects in the government of Elias Farfar. She was a member of the National Constituent Assembly that worked on this Tunisian constitution between 2011 and 2014. She was vice president of the Committee on the Preamble, Fundamental Principles, and Revision of the Constitution. And then she was the rapporteur of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Development in 2014. Lubna became, in 2014, the president of Solidar, a think tank based in Tunisia that focuses on economic and social development issues, with the aim of establishing social and solidarity, justice, as well as equality and equity in Tunisia. Ines Jaibi is a trainee attorney, a law and civil society activist. She is the coordinator of the Eyes on Law project, which monitors the constitutionality of the draft laws in Tunisia. She used to work as a network developer in Access to Justice project, which mainly aims to restore legal rights to disadvantaged women. She co-founded the Tunisian Youth Leaders Organization, which works to spread democracy, peace, culture, and reinforce the role of youth in public life. Welcome to both of you. I just want to say that this panel, unfortunately, once again, is held virtually, not in Tunisia. Although the World Movement for Democracy was planning to hold its 10th Global Assembly in Tunis this year, had been preparing for that for a long time, but unfortunately, we were not able to make it to Tunisia. So here we are, nevertheless, with our two prominent panelists. And I will start this discussion by asking our two speakers. Tunisia celebrated its 10th anniversary in December of last year, 2020. Since that date, when the Arab Spring, the whole Arab Spring, started with the self-immolation of Mohamed Bouazizi, Tunisia has become a very different country. It is more democratic, with a new constitution, with freedoms guaranteed. However, in many ways, it is still the same, with a stagnant economy. So my questions to both of you is to say, is this a fair statement? Is it right to say what I've just stated? And from your perspectives, what is the biggest achievement of Tunisia's 10-year transition to democracy? May I ask you to speak on this point? Lubna, maybe first for 3 minutes, please, each of you. Lubna, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Basma. Just would like to have a little suggestion for my biography. I was not education minister, I was interim in Ministry of Higher Education and Research Science. But thank you for the presentation. Yes, I think in 2011, we had made and started political transition. And I know that after a decade, after 10 years, that there are still a lot of economic problems, and I would say disparities and unemployment has been worse. But we can still say that we have achievement. Our constitution, even though the political regime need to be improved, the whole constitution is an achievement. Our constitution with the constitutional committees, the superior magistrate of council, the check and balances, the freedoms and rights, and mainly I would say the freedom of expression is an important achievement, freedom of organization. We have the creation of association of political parties, and freedom of action is still actually, I think, a big achievement. The political transition, even though it's not finished, is an accomplishment. Independent election, you know that for decades under executive power, the election were guided by this power and guided by the unique party under the order of the dictator. And of course, it was instrumentalized to serve him. It's a big achievement, I think, is to wait few minutes before announcing the election results without knowing before who will be the winner. It's the surprise is an achievement for this revolution, to have this elections with institutions and with transparency, even though they have to be improved in terms of governance, and we have a lot to improve in our system of election. But even though the challenges are still here, I think that we should be aware of this achievement.
Thank you. Over to you, Ines. What would you say? Is this a fair statement? More freedoms, bad economy?
Thank you, Basma, for welcoming us. Thank you, Lubna, for what you have said. Thank you also, World Movement for Democracy, for this big event and this opportunity to talk about Tunisia and the challenges after 10 years of the Arab Spring. So I guess that 10 years from the revolution, there have been many changes, and there have been many improvements to our situation. Yes, we have acquired a strong constitution, which I think it's a pride to the Tunisian people, since it guarantees theoretically at least the liberties and the freedoms. Also, it guarantees the political pluralism, which we did not have, before. However, the problem is that we still face many challenges, let me say, and not failures, because as to unemployment and as to the economic situation, we are facing a very strong and very hard challenges today, because we still need a strong and serious push from the government and from all the political class in order to make strong and economic changes and improvements that can that can sustain. And that's what we need today in order to guarantee the liberties and to guarantee what every positive aspect of the revolution that we have acquired and that we have gained. I would like to agree on what Madame Lubna Jribi said as to elections. I also insist on that the elections, all the elections that we had are a great achievement of this revolution, even though they need to be improved, and even though our electoral law needs to be improved and amended, especially when it comes to the sanctions, and in order to prevent the corrupted money that would affect the electoral outcome. So I think we need to celebrate every time that we have a free and transparent as possible elections. Although I'm a bit worried as a Tunisian youth on the situation of the liberties and the rights of the Tunisians nowadays, especially with the last government of Meshishi. Earlier this year, we had protests like in many regions of the country that have been faced with the arbitrary arrests. We had more than 2,000 arrests from all the regions in Tunisia because youth, and mainly youth, decided to express themselves. So it is true that the freedom of expression is very important and is a great achievement, but still needs to be guaranteed and still needs to be protected from the civil society. Also, the big achievement of this revolution is the Tunisian civil society, because it has been like the watchdog of every movement from all the political governments before, and it has been defending the achievements, the real achievements of the Tunisian revolution. So yeah, I would also consider the Tunisian civil society as the main achievement of this revolution. Thank you, Basma.
Very interesting. You have not mentioned political parties, but civil society is what you celebrate most. Okay, I want to ask you to get your reaction. About 6 months ago or a little longer, just before the 10th anniversary of the Arab Spring, a partner organization of the world movements called the International Republican Institute in the United States published a report on its survey in Tunisia. And that report says, when asked about the national government's most important achievement in 2020, 65% of Tunisians said it had accomplished nothing. And even more believe the government, 85% people believe the government, the ministries, 81%, parliament, 88%, are doing little or nothing to address the needs of ordinary citizens. So when you have a large majority of people who say that the government is doing nothing for the ordinary citizens, for the needs of ordinary citizens, we know they are talking at the economy. In fact, 88% of Tunisian citizens describe the economic situation, the current situation, somewhat bad or very bad. So what do you think about this finding? Do you think it is just a question of perception, not a reality? To what extent would you say it is a reality versus a perception? I will start again with Lubna this time. and we will revert order in the next question. Please, Lubna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Basma. Yes, of course, unfortunately, it's a reality. And the lack of vision, the lack of coherence, I would say political will, I would say we didn't enhance, deepen the structural reform that we need. I have spoke about the political transition, but there is a social and economic transition that we need to answer the young claims, revolution claims, and we didn't really make these reforms. So we didn't improve the public services. We didn't improve the youth employment. I would say, unfortunately, also the ideological debates and the fights and the political bipolarization has hidden these important priorities to be addressed. The pandemic has affected more and more negatively and drastically the socio-economic situation. Now the rate of poverty has reached 20%, which we never reached this rate. Unemployment rate is 17%. And public services are being more and more deteriorated. Regional disparity are being deepened and development projects are blocked. And we have very low rate of execution, and we have between 30 and 50% of execution of development. So even though the budget is available. So this has, of course, an effect on the confidence between citizens and the state. We have deep problem of confidence between actors and making things more and more difficult to enhance reform. In Solidar and as civil society actors, we tried to be force of proposition by proposing a new vision in Tunisia with a participative approach. And we have by bringing together civil society actors, national and local organization actors, and independent experts. And we also launched a platform to enhance a dialogue on priorities and new orientation for new social and socio-economic model and new orientation strategic access. And for the National Development Plan, and this platform was presented in the World Movement of Democracy last session in last April. I think that the civil society should play a strategic role at this very particular momentum that we are living actually in Tunisia in recent days, which is marked the momentum by political blockages. And I think that this role, as it was played in 2013 by the Quartet, as you know, and that has won the Nobel Prize, we should now play a new role. We reinvent this role of large spectrum, I would say, of civil society to be a part of the solution, to be a part of force of proposition, to enhance processes, dialogues, and to be really part of the new social transformation. We need to transform our administration to be dynamic for this reform, to be able to enhance reform. And this is the main, I think, challenge for this moment.
Thank you. Thank you. Ines.
Thank you, Basma. It's no secret that the economic situation is one of the, most deteriorated aspects of the country nowadays. I mean, it's no secret that the range of poverty is rising and is keeping increasing, which is really worrying. I mean, not only for me, but for every Tunisian. So it's normally that the survey would indicate such, results. So if we, I just wanted to salute and what the organization of Lubna is doing, because economic improvement is not the responsibility of just the government, but also the civil society needs to play an important role as a push of proposition. We need to suggest solutions also. But this does not mean that the civil society is responsible of the economy and is responsible of the reforms, because the government and the political class in general, also the parliament, are the one mainly responsible of what we can call today the economic failure that we are facing. The problem right now. Thank you, Lubna. Yeah. The problem today, I think that the political instability is causing more problems economically than other aspects, because we need the political stability in order to implement the economic solutions. We cannot speak about economic solutions or economic improvements without having a political environment that is favorable for investments, Tunisian and foreign investments. And also another point, we need a political will in order to fight the corruption, because as Lubna was saying also, the public services are deteriorated also, and this is because of the corruption. We need to fight today the corruption, and it's not an easy fight. And the problem is that the political will is not really efficiently fighting the corruption in Tunisia. And even the indicators indicate that corruption is still increasing, and this is where the role of civil society comes also as defenders of the good governance of the resources of the government, because the civil society needs to play that role of monitoring the public administration and the political institutions, so the corruption would at least start decreasing. Thank you, Basma.
Thank you. Ines, you speak of corruption. We know how much the authoritarian government was corrupt, but with a bad economy and the lack of political leadership that I think you and Lubna described, we hear some people saying they want Ben Ali back, or they want a strong man in charge of the country. Especially young people in their 20s don't remember the time of Ben Ali. So what are young people saying today about the country? Do they want a strong man in charge, or are they really attached to the new institutions, democratic institutions of the country? Can you answer this fairly quickly? I want to get back to you with another point, please.
Yes. I think that the protests that erupted earlier this year in December and January 2021 are the perfect answer to this question, because youth and the whole Tunisian citizens do not want again another dictator or another strong man or strong person in charge, who guides the country by only his vision. So no, the question is clear, no. The people are fighting for their freedoms, and we cannot have any improvement in any aspect of the either economy or culture or politics without the atmosphere of freedom. One man cannot lead a country. One man cannot prevent cannot prevent any deterioration of economics. Also, it's the work of the whole country, with civil society, with political parties, and with everyone in this country involved and implicated in the process of the transitional democracy. So no, the answer is that no, even though there are some isolated voices that say, "Oh, we were better before," I think that the majority of the people and the majority of the Tunisian country, Tunisian citizens, sorry, are against getting back into dictatorship.
So youth is really attached to the freedoms. You don't get young people saying, oh, what's the use of having those political freedoms when we don't have a job and the means to survive? So for young people, are they happy about having those, and do they appreciate and consciously appreciate the freedoms at the political level, the public space level?
Yeah, of course. Even there are many frustrated voices and angry voices. It does not mean that they want to go back to the dictatorship and to the way it was before. If it's clear, what I'm trying to say here is that I mean, even though before it was a dictatorship, but still there were problems of economic deterioration and unemployment. Dictatorship never solved these problems. And if we need economic developments, and if we need any kind of development, we need freedoms to do that. And what we are doing in Tunisian Youth Leaders is that we are trying to implicate as much as we can Tunisian youth into finding the solutions to these problems of what I may call the conflict between the political class and the Tunisian youth. We have worked in many regions in order to make the Tunisian youth heard, Tunisian youth voices heard, and that's, I think, one aspect of the problem is that the political class, and especially the parliament and the former, even the current, especially the current government and the former ones too, is that they do not listen effectively. They do not listen at all to the protests and to the demands of the Tunisian youth. And I think that there would be no solution at any level if this continues, and if this and if this lack of confidence would continue. We cannot reach a solution. Especially, we cannot reach a solution with the arbitrary detentions that we have witnessed earlier this year and the security approach of the current government.
So there is I think, an interesting point that both of you are making, which is the deficit of trust in the political elites. Now, this is always a sensitive, not sensitive, but alarming development in any democratic system. I want to come to you, Lubna, to ask you, because you were a member of parliament before, you actually contributed to writing the new constitution, and recently you were a minister. So how do you feel when Tunisian people are frustrated, disillusioned about politicians and the government? Would you say that you are more comfortable working out of civil society institution, or you felt you had more impact and influence and agency within government? So looking at society, at the Tunisian political system today, first as part of it, and then outside it in the civil society, what is your judgment here? Would you say that people are being frustrated this way. Is there something you can do about it? And this disillusionment about politicians and the government?
Yes, thank you, Basma. Yes, I believe in the participative process, and I think that it's the most difficult way, but it's the right way to succeed and to build up bottom-up policies and bottom-up visions and bottom-up decisions that are and then appropriated by all actors and stakeholders, and that's how it works. I would, for example, speak about the constitution process. I think that the constitution was drafted with, I think, participative way, and maybe also this is one of the key of that. Its adoption was almost at unanimity, and maybe this is thanks to the participative approach in the parliament, and but also with the civil society, and despite the diversity opinions in the parliament, we had almost a majority of adoption of its content. As MPs, we went to the regions, we organized rounds of constitutional discussion with citizens and opened the parliament to civil society, thanks to OpenGov initiative. OpenGov initiative, which was a civil society initiative, and I'm proud, Mania, I was one from the supporter and advocated for OpenGov in the parliament to make the parliament open and to make it in this participative approach and the processes. But when it comes to my experience as ministry, I can speak also about my mission as coordinator of post-COVID rescue plan, when I launched a participative debate with stakeholders, as administration representative, as the private sectors, a professional corporation, civil society, expert. And I can say that this dialogue has issued some interesting content of ideas of deep reforms, and it has this advantage of to be having the adoption and the adhesion, I would say, appropriation of main actors. And I think that was this success of enhancing and implementing reforms. The frustration, of course, we know that we have inheriting from decades of vertical governance. So of course, there is also kind of residue. Sometimes we are seeing this vertical decision comments top down, and there is not a participative way. But another time also we be another extreme of corporatism and of corporatism that is blocking the reform process. So I would say Tunisia didn't find till the good the rhythm and methods and approach to make this participative approach efficient, to include opinions of civil society and of all stakeholders, but efficiently, so that we take the rhythm of reforms, we change things, but also we still in this horizontal governance. I would say a last point is also, and this is one of our thinking today, is maybe the civil society also need to be more, I would say, federated, more, because we are very diverse. There is huge an explosion of civil society, and maybe when we see benchmark experiences, there are I would say representation of NGOs and of civil society that are facilitate for institution to dialogue and to be, for example, present in the national dialogues. We see this in some European country, in Latin America. We have like a confederation of NGO, etc. Maybe we should think also to have a more effective role to federate the civil society in so that to facilitate to the institution this democracy, the participative democracy. I would say, of course, it's the democratic transition is a long process. We should be always constructing, learning and building and trying. And of course, it's when we see these experiences. So maybe we need a strong institution. We need a resilient institution. And I think that this is the priority for the moment, is that even though we have this political blockage, institutions should continue to deliver, should continue to make development. Administration should continue to be in this dynamic as it is in all democracies, where even though they have political problems, some of them do not even have governments, and still I would say development is running. And this is the problem, is that it's very linked. The development process and administration is very correlated to this political blockage. And this is, the priority of the moment is really to have this strong institution, this correct building, and this resilience actor, so that will be, and so that first of all, democracy should deliver and should make development.
Thank you. I want to say one activist told me after transition in a country, transition is the rest of our lives. So it lasts forever. In fact, we are constantly in transition because there's always improvement to do. You know that the World Movement Steering Committee, which I am a part of, decided to hold the 10th assembly of its 10th assembly in Tunis because of its democratic process and achievements. And we were obviously conscious of the many challenges faced by Tunisia, but we were hopeful about the future. And this is why we chose Tunis for the assembly. And we are still hopeful that Tunisia will succeed in this transition. It is probably because of people like yourselves and so many active civil society groups that this is the case. But given what you have told us about the very dire economic and social situation, the loss of trust, etc., are you hopeful for this future? And I would also add to this question, what could outside players do, if anything, to help Tunisia, and in what ways? How should the major powers, Europe, international financial institutions, behave towards Tunisia? Are they doing everything they can? Could they be doing something different? These are my questions to both of you. So maybe Ines first, please.
Yes, of course we are. Yeah, I would speak about myself. Yes, I am very hopeful about the future, because no matter how things may not work out as we are expecting right now, but we are here to fight for that. We are here to fight for the achievements that we have drawn since 10 years ago. And of course, my whole faith is in civil society first and in Tunisian youth, because in every crisis we find that civil society is the one that is taking the train to its rail, to its to its rightful. Yeah, you got the point. Thank you for the help. So yes, I am helpful. I am hopeful that things eventually will get solved finally, because there are many people that are working even in the political class that we are seeing now as struggling in order to find the favorable political environment in order to make things work and to make development succeed. We have I mean, I trust that our Tunisians from all the categories, political, civil society, even the simple citizens, I trust that these categories will work for things to get improved. As to the other question about what the foreign aid can help and can do, I think that once the political scene is getting back to stability, and especially once it gets back to stability, we can, I mean, it's the foreign development can can improve the situation with the investments and with exchanging experiences, because it's not the solution. The solution does not reside in just giving money and just giving loans like that. We need the country to get stabilized first with Tunisians, and then look into foreign investments and look into the foreign solutions. So, thank you.
Lubna, can I add to my question a little bit? You know, we look at, can we say that there is a significant movement towards new initiatives such as emerging social entrepreneurship? Can you also say, for example, that there are young political leaders, a new generation of political leaders who think differently, act differently, relates to society differently and to politics? I think these are aspects that are worth highlighting if you see them. Do you see them, Ines? Can you speak a little bit more about these specific signs of hope, which carry hope, which are new, really? Is there what is new in the behavior of young people and the new generation?
Yes, I think that the new generation is kind of forcing the political class to be more responsible. When you have protests and when you have youth that do not just accept what is, do not just accept the current situation, and they do not accept less than their expectations, and they are not afraid to express themselves. I think this is the kind of new hope, and having more and more youth that are involved in public affairs, even though there are many, as I said before, even though there is frustration among youth about the current situation, whether it's economically speaking or politically, or even the pandemic, which worsened the situation. But there are more and more youth that are involved and trying their best to get included in the political and public affairs today. So that is the slice of hope that I'm seeing right now, because this young force is obliging and it's like the wake-up call of the political class. I mean, all these protests and all these expression of the hopes and the expression of frustration is what at least trying to give a strong message to the political class today in the parliament and in the government and in the Palace of Carthage also.
Thank you. Lubna, I would ask you a question regarding the issue of decentralization in Tunisia. as we know, a major factor in the uprising in 2010, end of 2010, were the regional disparities. And earlier in our discussion, I think it was you, or I'm not sure, maybe Ines, who mentioned the regional disparities as a major concern still in Tunisia, as a kind of a failure in pushing the development model in the country. Could you say a word about those successes in decentralization? And I would add a final point, which I would very much encourage you to finish on concisely, because we have little time left, but it is about whether Tunisia has really succeeded in preventing foreign countries, particularly those with an authoritarian tendency, such as China, Russia, some of the Gulf countries, from influencing Tunisia. Are you escaping that kind of dangerous influence for your young democracy? So here are two questions to you, and if you could, in a very, very short time, about 3-4 minutes, I'd be 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes. I'd be grateful, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I will just add one point that I'm agree to what Ines said. I would focus on also the role of women. When it comes to decentralization, women represent 50% of elected local representatives, which I think its achievement, I would say, a start for transformation and for local transformation, because when these elected localities are represented by half a woman, we will start focusing on really problems that are women and women works and employment and logistics and transport and the baby caring and all the stuff. And these are also blockage for women to access to employment. So we think that the good process is enhanced. We cannot speak about success because we are not yet on it, but I think it's a good start. I would very briefly speak about one study that we have done with the United Nations on risks, all risks for next 5 years that are Tunisia will facing, and risk on development. And we have spoken about risk of regional influence, risk of climate change, risk of, it was 12 risks, political risk, economic, social cohesion, and all risks that are linked to SDG. And I will go to the result. The result, the most important risk that has come from this study with the UN agencies, and that Solidar have led it with 260 experts, etc., is that the two most important risks are, first, the incapacity of Tunisia, of the institution, to enhance reform. Is the cooperation and collaboration, capacity to make, as we said, working with exterior stakeholders, and this is because it's at the same time a richness but also difficulties to enhance these reforms. And if we focus on these two priorities and two pillars for our social economic transition and development process, and further democratic transition, because it's very linked to when development is blocked, it's a danger for democratic transition. So the two priorities are, we focused on these two, and we think that our main challenge for next period is to and even with international partners, to focus on these two points. We are, and I am hopeful, of course, because we think, and I think that we have resilient actors like civil society, like young, educated and creative, as Ines has said, but also about women, about, I would say, this new generation of social entrepreneurs, of startup, of creators. Have 60% of university student employed women. They occupy majority of sectors like medicals, like lawyers, like researcher. And when I worked in the administration, I have seen a lot of high administrative responsible of women that are working. And so I think, and we cannot be ambitious and hopeful and optimistic, I would say.
Thank you. This is, I thought, a very hopeful panel. Thank you, Lubna. Thank you, Ines Shaibi, Lubna Jeribi. You have highlighted the vital importance of civil society. You hardly mentioned political parties. It's very interesting to see how you have this comprehensive vision of participatory politics, which we speak about in many other societies. Tunisia is a laboratory for the Arab world, and your success will be always a light of hope for other societies and neighboring countries. So thank you to both of you, and we hope to hear you and see you in those influential positions for a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carl Gershman. I'm the president of the National Endowment for Democracy, and it's my great pleasure today to have a short conversation with the chair of the steering committee of the World Movement for Democracy, Jose Ramos Horta, who I think everyone knows has a long history as a political exile and a dissident, but then also as president of his country of Timor-Leste. And I want to begin, Jose, if I may, with the period before you came back to Timor-Leste and became a leader of your country. The period when you had to flee after 1975, when Timor-Leste, East Timor declared independence and it was invaded by Indonesia. And you spent 20 years in exile. You were what we call today a Democrat at risk. And there are many, many such people today who have had to flee from Hong Kong, Uyghurs and Tibetans, people from Burma, Venezuela, Russia, Egypt, so many different countries. And I'm wondering if you, from your experience as somebody who had to live 20 years in exile and knows the pain and hardship of that, whether you have any advice for the people who are going through that difficult experience today.
Well, my advice, thank you, Carl. It's a great pleasure to be interviewed by you or to have this conversation guided by you. And I have the greatest respect, affection for you. Well, I arrived in New York precisely December 5. I had never seen snow in my life. I stayed in a two-door hotel. They changed the name on 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. It was winter, very cold. I stayed in the cheapest room at the time, $20. Of course, over the years, they refurbished the hotel, and now the cheapest room is $200-something. And but back then, the cheapest was $20, and that's where I stayed. And how New York changed, how America changed, how the world changed ever since. And I always had this naive or romantic faith in that sooner or later, freedom, justice, the truth prevail. So I had great hopes with the United Nations. I lobbied. with my broken English. I was very impressed when I met with the Security Council members. But also guided by some friends, I went to Washington, D.C. and began my career in lobbying the U.S. Congress. Of course, back then, the most I was able to meet was some kind congressional aides. But I did meet with some great human beings. Congressman Tom Harkin, he had just been elected in 74 or so, he had just been elected. I met with Tony Hall, Tom Harkin, Democrat from Iowa. I met Tony Hall, Democrat from Ohio. And then from then on, many other legislators. So I made the United Nations and the US Congress, as well as US media, US society, the focus of my attention, of my lobbying. And soon I learned that the United Nations is a very important international forum, a talk shop, but with extremely limited power. Powers rest on the powers that be, namely United States and others. But others, some are more power than others. So I soon realized if we want change, you have to work through the United States. And the United States, I soon learned that of all the parliaments I knew and since around the world, the US Congress is the most active, most influential in shaping policies in the United States, including foreign policy. So my advice is, yes, do not lose faith on the United States. It's still the only superpower in the world, the only one still.
I guess what you're saying is don't give up. You got to stay active, and you got to find ways of influencing the political situation by going to these members of parliament and trying to lobby them and to stay active. There are many ways to stay active, but that's really what these exiles have to do, the way you did it. But exactly. Jose, you talk about the United States, and it's a very different world today. When you got your independence, I think it was 2 decades ago, the United States was in a stronger position in the world. I think I agree with you that it's still the only real superpower, but we're frankly, Jose, we're a very troubled country today. And the question I have is, you led a process of democratic transition at a different period when you didn't have China playing the kind of role it plays in the world and Russia playing the kind of role it plays in the world. I know that President Biden is trying to make a comeback, meeting with the G7 and so forth, and to bring greater unity to the democratic world. But it's a much more difficult time today, I think, for countries to try to undertake the process of democratic transition, information technology as well, but especially the changing global political circumstances. And maybe you could comment on that, the difficulties we face today in trying to achieve transition.
We have seen predictions of the demise of the US many times already. And each time they recover from economic crisis. And right now, unemployment is very down. And the US is the most dynamic economy right now. So where is the demise of the United States? And so it will recover. And
I take that, and I thank you for that confidence in the United States. And I think we can recover. And I think we have the capacity to provide vaccinations for the whole world. We've got these terrific vaccines, much better than vaccines produced anywhere else. The Pfizer and the Moderna are marvelous vaccines. And we now have the ability to produce them in billions of numbers. And I think it would change the whole balance of power if we just provided vaccinations to the whole world.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm very pleased with Biden's initiative, his thought. but it has to be accelerated. He's
Yeah.
talking about 2022. That's a bit too far away. Between now and then, new variation, new mutations, and millions more will be infected, and tens of thousands more still will die. So I hope, I plead with the US to please accelerate this. Yes, you're absolutely right. The US has the best vaccines right now. And China, in the beginning, wanted to play the vaccine diplomacy. And they invested in 4 vaccines. You know, the Chinese have no financial constraints. And it would have been a huge diplomatic coup for China. But their vaccines have been a disappointment. And the Europeans also very much lag behind in vaccine research and production. So US is emerged as the #1. And it has the resources, it has the allies, you know, the Europeans, Korea, Japanese, Australians, together with the United States, to put resources together to deliver faster the vaccines to the rest of the world. That would be the greatest humanitarian mission the US can undertake, but also the greatest diplomatic coup the US can achieve.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And it would also, you know, getting back to the question I posed, given the way the pandemic, COVID-19, has devastated economies throughout the world, if these countries can get the vaccines, they will be able to recover. And that's the best thing for democratic transitions today, is to help them recover economically. I have just a couple of more questions for you, Jose. I've got your book here. You can see it.
Thank you.
Words of Hope in Troubled Times. And in this book, you know, when you talk about democracy and transition, you say that there's a freedom dividend that comes with democracy. And you talk about the eradication of malaria, having access to electricity. Now we're even talking about vaccinations. But I know that you believe I consider you to be a freedom fighter, and you believe that democracy has an intrinsic value. But clearly here you're saying it's not enough to have an intrinsic value. It also has to deliver. Is that what you believe? It has to deliver freedom dividends?
Yes, absolutely. Because after all, if we are fighting for freedom, for democracy, for justice, we have to deliver democracy, freedom, that has been achieved. But there are the generations of extreme poverty, the generation of expectations, of exclusions. So if the democratic regimes are not able to address the root cause of extreme poverty, of inequality, of addressing corruption, if democracy become too corrupted, based on cronyism or vote buying, and the poor remain poor, well, then demagogues emerge, make false promises, easy promises, and at least for a while they win, because the democratic regimes did not deliver the basic needs of the people. And the people usually, they don't ask too much. And I'm talking on the base of the needs in the third world countries, which are still hundreds of millions of people living in poverty. If democracy doesn't deliver, well, then right-wing regimes, or extreme left-wing regimes, either will step in.
And I guess that's the main
As it's
challenge.
happening.
The main challenge of civil society is to try to help emerging democracies deliver, to have decent governance, be accountable to the people, so that they can deliver meaningful freedom dividends to the people.
Yes, absolutely. Civil society has a very important role, even more so in these circumstances, that there is there is an emerging democracy, a new democratic regime. Civil society has to, A, help this new democratic regime stabilize, help with advice, but the regime itself has to listen to civil society, has to keep a regular periodic consultation dialogue with civil society. It has to listen to people to correct things that might be wrong. That way, yes, you have an alliance between those who are exercising power through election and those who are living day to day with the common people. They know, they have the pulse of the people. And but sometimes the problem is a regime take over. It was supported by the masses, supported by civil society. And then once in power, they forgot who helped them. They forgot their ideals, and they start distance between them, the elite governing, and the civil society. There is a disconnect. So my advice is, based on my experience and observation, do not lose touch with the people who made possible your victory in the polls.
You know, Jose, I have a final question about, you know, when you wrote recently in Newsweek about you called it a comprehensive approach to human security, you know, based upon citizens trusting in the institutions of society. And frankly, I'm worried that people today, they don't even trust each other. Countries like our own, you know, very deeply divided countries. And how do you build both trust in institutions and then have citizens trust each other so there could be some sense of common identity based upon the well-being of the country and not just particular groups within a country?
Well, you know, when you are a vast country like United States or India, it's so diverse in terms of ethnicity, culture, religion, even languages, although there is a common language, English. Very difficult not to have these divisions, and particularly when you are in a very dynamic democracy, not everybody, it's next to impossible to have everybody sharing certain values, and values meaning mutual respect, tolerance towards each other, you know. And we can see the experience of the United States, but not only United States, look at India and Europe. So, and that's when leadership is come. So a lesson for us is that in our country, the independence of the judiciary, democracy to sustain has to have, we have to cherish the independence of the judiciary. And if we achieve that, when everything else fails, the elected regimes fail to deliver, it is credit. Well, not everything collapsed, everything fall. We still have the judiciary. Of course, more than that, you have the military. You know, again, the United States experience. The U.S. military was incredibly independent, impartial. They didn't get tempted to get involved, etc. And so, great lessons the last few years from United States experience.
Well, they've been difficult years, Jose, as you well know, but we have come through it. And what I'm hearing you say is that you need strong institutions to have democracy work, and that includes the judiciary. It includes an independent media, obviously the institutions of the rule of law and free elections. It also requires a vigorous civil society, which is what the World Movement for Democracy is trying to build and connect all over the world. And finally, you know, you can never take democracy for granted. And I think the problems we've had in our country, it sends a message to the world that you can never take it for granted, that the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. You got to fight for it. And, you know, Jose, I want to thank you for your kind words at the beginning, and to let you know that I consider you to be a really rare freedom fighter in the world. And it's a great pride to all of us that you now provide the leadership for the World Movement for Democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carl. All the very best.
Great to talk to you.
We stay
Bye-bye.
in touch. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Suk-Jong Lee from Seoul, Korea, and I am one steering committee member of WMD and also professor at Sungkyunkwan University. And I'm going to moderate today's discussion called Bringing Democratic Transitions Back on Track. In 2018, steering committee decided to hold the 10th assembly under the theme of democratic transition. We were very much optimistic at the time because there is a sort of wave of democratic transition around the world. For example, from April to May, early May, in Armenia, there was a Belgrade revolutions, ending 20 years of rule by the Republican Party of Armenia. And also in Malaysia, the decade rule, very dominant UMNO party lost election because of big corruption scandal. And also a year earlier, there was a democratic transition in Ecuador. So it was a very good moment to think about. However, 2-3 years have passed since 2018. And we are hearing there are many challenges these three countries are facing. So to identify, what's the major issues and how we can, the international community concerning about the democracy, how can it assist more stable and solid transition to consolidate democracy. So for that purpose, we have great speakers from each country. Let me introduce Heikui Harutunian. She is a human rights defender and lawyer and currently serving as chair of the Corruption Prevention Commission of the Republic of Armenia. She previously led the Protection of Rights Without Borders, one of the most influential human rights organizations in Armenia. She's also a member of a steering committee of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum from 2016 to 2019. It's good to have a Heikui. Okay, our second speaker is Mauricio Alarcon. He is the executive director of the Fundación Claudania y Desalolo. I hope I am pronouncing right. The National Contact for Transparency International in Ecuador. He was an alternative member of the National Constituent Assembly and a constitutional advisor to the Council for Citizen Participation. He's a consultant for national and international organizations on issues related to human rights. And our third speaker is Ibrahim Ben Sofian. He is an entrepreneur and innovator in the public polling sector of Malaysia. He co-founded the Merdeka Center for Opinion Research in year 2004. The center has become a central player in Malaysian national politics by improving the quality of public debate and widening public participation in the political process. Thank you, everyone, to participate in this great discussion. My first question is updating what has been going on over the 2-3 years after the initial democratic transition. Let me start with Heikui. You had a great Belgrade revolution in the year 2018, but I think we are hearing you are facing some difficulty, especially with the recent ceasefire agreement with Azerbaijan, I think you lost some territory, and that was a very emotional shock. And also your government appears to be less popular because of this loss. So Heyuki, why don't you update what's going on in your country?
Thank you. Thank you so much for making me part of this very important event and allowing myself to share the progress about the country and democracy in the country. So basically in April of 2018, people of country, Armenia, stood up against the regime that has been imposed on us almost 30 years and rejected the further government of the same regime in the country by announcing that public will continue to govern the state from that point. It was one of the largest movements, not only in the Armenia, but also in the region during that time. After the experience that we have heard and seen in Ukraine, Georgia, as people's movement that has turned the existing government and regime. And from that point, Armenia entered into the new phase of development towards democracy. So the new government has been formed late January of 2019, and then kind of started developing extended reform agendas in a number of areas, including judiciary, but also underlining the fight against corruption. As you have mentioned, unfortunately, this process has been also challenged by a number of external factors. So in September, the protest started by the COVID and pandemic that has been spread in all over the world. But for us, as a very fragile democratic process going on in country, it had more negative effects. So the new formed government had to fight against it as a kind of crisis management task for themselves, but at the same time trying to keep that reform agenda ongoing and performing whatever there was initially put as a part of this reform process. And then in September of the same year, 2020, the long-standing conflict with Azerbaijan has been escalated. Actually, it was an attack from the side of Azerbaijan on territories that already have been populated by Armenians and Christian population. And then this war lasted more than 40 years and resulted in territorial loss from Armenian side, unfortunately, which was really painful. So people had been moved from the places they are living more than 20 years. The houses were burned. So it was really very painful process and created very severe consequences also for this new government, where we have already facing a number of challenges. And now with these consequences of the war, discussions around democracy and around the reform agenda seem to be no important anymore. But of course, as public will have already demonstrated that the country has the future towards democracy, after some months, painful months, people again stood. And currently there will be snap elections right on 20th of June, where hopefully the final decision on the internal sustainability and the future of the country will be decided, and the new government will very clearly draw the path towards democracy, again announcing that Armenia has only the future with the rule of law and strong democracy in the country. And hopefully this will again bring us back to the point where we kind of demonstrated that strong will in 2018.
Thank you very much, Heikui, for updating what has been going on in your country. And I wish all the best for the continuous successful transition to further consolidation of democracy in your country. Okay, then let's go to Ecuador. Actually, I didn't know much about Ecuador democratic history, so I read some. I think your military has some internal conflict. Anyway, you had the election, recent elections, but it looks like it was very close, but at the end, the conservative leader won the election. So I'm curious whether the reform will continue or will be better by changing to more rightist government from the leftist. So Mauricio, why don't you educate us?
Good morning to everyone. And first of all, I want to thank the World Movement for Democracy for inviting me to this panel. And it's a pleasure to share this dialogue with Soo-Gyun, Aikui, and Ben. I would like to tell you that the 2017 elections by themselves did not represent an opportunity for the country. We must remember that the candidate who won 4 years ago, after a very questioned electoral process, was Lenin Moreno, the former vice president of Rafael Correa. As you mentioned, Ecuador is not well known abroad about what was happening here, but Rafael Correa ruled the country from 2007 to 2017 in a very authoritarian way. The first months of Moreno's government in 2017 made us fear the worst because his ministers were appointed by Correa, and even his first acts showed us a continuity of what we lived between 2007 and 2017. What happened next, just a few months after, to call it somehow, was like a political miracle. The breakdown between Moreno and Correa was something unexpected. Nobody saw it coming. Everything seemed to indicate that Moreno realized that he had been used just to justify the need for Correa to return to power through indefinite re-election. So then he decided to take his own course, put an end to Correísmo, Correa's regime, and to implement actions aimed at recovering democracy and institutions. Personally, Soo-Gyun, I do not believe that Lenin Moreno's 4 years in power have been really positive. But we must recognize that there were some actions, such as overthrowing the definite re-election that was pulled by Rafael Correa through a constitutional change, or even a positive action like the one that through a popular consultation, he changed the authorities that were part of Correa's hyper-presidentialism. Those actions were definitely good. But there's a big difference with what recently happened on April, in which Ecuadorians finally opted for a change by electing Guillermo Lasso, the leader you mentioned, because it's a different political party, it's a different ideology, it's a different proposal. But above all, I personally think that there is an opportunity to implement real actions for the recovery of democracy, the rule of law, and the institutions. And of course, many challenges have been revealed. Much of what Lenin Moreno said was nothing more than a speech without concrete actions. There are enormous challenges in the fight against corruption, institutional strengthening, or the recovery of democracy. But above all, there's a great challenge to show the country that a different government model can bring benefits for all, especially when we are right now experiencing an economic insecurity, unemployment, and health crisis. In these 4 years, that just started on May 24, there's an opportunity for Guillermo Lasso and for the Ecuadorians to put an end to the division and polarization that during 14 years has done us so much damage. There is a huge challenge, but also a great opportunity to recover democracy and to get our country back to the democratic path.
Thank you, Mauricio. I wish the best for your new leader, Mr. Lasso. Now let's turn to Malaysia, the country I'm more familiar with. Ben, in 2018, when I was in Senegal, and we were very happy about the turnaround to the new party led by the former Prime Minister Mahathir, and he became Prime Minister again. But 2 years later, October 2020, and UMNO became a ruling party again. And I'm reading from the newspaper that the coalition government led by UMNO is calling for snap election. So it's a little bit confusing. So why don't you tell us about the recent political change in Malaysia?
Thank you, Suk-Jung, and also thank you to the WMB for having me on this panel. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure to be here. So just to quickly go into your questions, the 2018 election was in many ways a perfect storm. A lot of the factors that underpin the fall of dominant parties was evident there. So I think it is in some ways a textbook example of when you have an ingrained democratic culture having regular elections. You have political parties that are established for a long period of time there. You also have what precipitated the change was splits in the ruling party. You mentioned, Dr. Mahathir, former Prime Minister, split from the ruling party of UMNO and then eventually joined the opposition. It was not just him, but other leaders as well. And then we had an economic problem arising from high cost of commodities, and then the endemic corruption brought about by the 1MDB scandal. So all of that, in many ways, was a perfect storm that pushed voters over the edge and voted out a party that has been in government for 61 years. But because it was such a perfect storm, in a sense, a political tsunami of sorts, it papered over, it glossed over the fundamental cleavages that underpin nation politics. And so while there was an initial euphoria of change and reform in the country, the fundamental differences that kept people apart was still there. And in time, the opposition of that period mobilized themselves and consolidated their position and began to build resistance towards the newly elected democratic government. And so now, nearly 2 years since, or rather 3 years since the election, and over a year since the change that was brought about by the old ruling party, the opposition, the party that lost the election, along with defectors from the ruling party of 2018, cobbled together and formed a new government by themselves through this very elite backdoor arrangement. So without elections, they basically crossed over, something like what happened in Israel a few days ago. So we see this happening. And so, but yet these parties have a very slim majority in parliament. It is an unstable government. And the old party, UMNO, they want to lead again. They want to supply the prime minister. They want to take leadership position in the country. And so are agitating towards having elections take place. What's holding them back is the state of emergency that we currently have, parliament that does not sit. And so today, even literally today, this afternoon, the country's rulers, we have traditional rulers that the king and his other rulers had a conference today, and they will determine, I think, the course of what to do next. So the rulers have recommended that the parliament convene, and this opens up a Pandora's box of whether this government will stand the test of confidence or not. So we are in very uncertain times in Malaysia, and I think we look ahead, it is very likely that we will have an election within 12 months. And in that election, we will have new compromises, realignment of the political parties along new coalitions.
Okay, based on what I'm hearing now is that in 3 countries which are in the middle of a democratic transition, there is no stable and solid political party or political leadership who can, steer this very challenging path of consolidations. And around the world, many countries are facing difficulties. Sometimes they just roll back to authoritarian past because the maintaining this sustainable transition is so challenging. I think one good example is Myanmar, and the military. It was packed democracy between democratic force and the military power. So it is very tragic that the coup d'etat just oppressed so many people and killed more than 800 people. And if you go to Tunisia, and our friend in the steering committee from Tunisia talked to me that the economic development is a challenge. Even though they transited to more democratic government, this economic stagnation was very difficult to manage. So he once asked me how South Korea managed successful economic development and also democratizations. And if you go to other parts of the world, like Ukraine, Sudan, and Mali, corruption seems to be a big issue as well. Then how civil society and civil society organizations in your country address these key challenges and how they want to and try to protect the fragile transition to move forward. So let me invite Hei Kui first again.
Thanks so much. This is very much important, and also gives me the opportunity to go back and also kind of now preview the history and what I personally played that time as a part of civil society. So as I mentioned, change of the regime in the country happened because of number of issues, but as other colleagues also mentioned, this systemic or endemic corruption that has been so well rooted across the government and oligarchic governance regime were so much there for this period of time, and that hurt the citizens, but also the entire structure of the government. And because of that, the education system has been weakened, the economy was very weak, and a number of other internal issues demonstrated already that the continuation of the same system has no place anymore. And with that demand, people stood up, and myself, as being part of civil society at that time, I also participated in the movement serving for those who were detained and suppressed. So I spent all that time in police stations trying to help those who were captured and brought to the police stations. And then after, when the new government has been formed, the civil society was so much supportive. Like there was that consensus and understanding that this is a new page and era for the country, and we should be supportive, keeping process to go on. And because of that, I think with that understanding, number of colleagues from civil society joined to the government, because there was this huge demand, but also task for everyone to make that reform really happen, to kind of clean judiciary, to clean the system from systemic corruption. And those who had relevant capacities, but also that eager of doing something more for the country, joined to the government. And for myself, that was also a kind of decision that I took. In late November of 2019, I myself decided to take the public position, but it's kind of different position. I did not join to the government as a part of kind of cabinet of ministers, etc. This Corruption Prevention Commission has been established as a very new institution with an extended mandate to fight, but also prevent reoccurrence of the systemic and endemic corruption in the country. And I decided to try to merge my capacities acting and serving as a human rights lawyer more than 15 years, but also having that capacity of policy making and well understanding about the government system. I decided to bring my knowledge, capacities, but also ability to build the institution. Because for myself, there was very much obvious that after the change in the government, number one challenge will be sustaining the process through the institutions. But unfortunately, in the countries like Armenia, as a post-Soviet country also, the state institutions have been undermined. The content was not there to really protect the interest of people, but also the government's interest as a organization. Everything has been created just to serve for the group of oligarchs and for the group of those who were that period of time taking the power. So bringing the concept of the rule of law, not rule of person or individual working anymore in the country, was number one task for myself. And then I decided that I'm building the state institution, the strong one, who can further resist against systemic corruption, but also support the government to clean that much corrupted system. And of course, number of challenges are there. Number one, if I list, will be that old kind of bureaucratic system and mid-class bureaucrats who traditionally do not like changes, and especially the kind of radical reforms. And now we are facing so much strong resistance coming from that mid-class that anything that the Commission is entitled to bring as a new concept for the country is getting so much criticized. And also that presents also that old guys are still so much present there. So of course, this change is for people, but those who were in power, they will not give up that much easily. Now they have their shadow governments, but also influence on the processes that are going on in the country, trying to regain power and bring the old regime, as you mentioned, that authoritarian regime back to the country. But in Armenian case, this is also so much affected by the external factors. We have spoken already about the war, and I guess many people know also that these regions, South Caucasus, where Armenia, Georgia, mostly Azerbaijan presented, are so much affected by Russian influence. And currently, when all over the world, there is this kind of discussion that Russia brings this authoritarian regime, but also so much is aligned with the government system, which is very much corrupt. Of course, having that much strong influence in the region, but also in Armenia, because of the war and the consequences, creates additional difficulties for us to make this fight against corruption really successful in a way that internal sustainability of the country, but also sovereign government is created within the country that can lead also other countries in the region towards democracy, making that strong coalition, regional coalition. But we are trying to overcome that kind of challenges with the support of international partners and those who already succeeded kind of and achieved a path towards democracy, but also succeeded with this fight against systemic corruption. Very recently, I and my colleague, we have been in Ukraine trying to understand the kind of development in Ukraine, and that kind of cooperation that we have built within institutions, another opportunity that supports us to overcome the existing challenges within the country and within our work. But number of initiatives also are taken by ourselves. For example, the latest one that I personally feel that is very much going to support to end this systemic but also political corruption in the country is that we have already established a system of financial supervision of the political party funding systems, but also the funding members of the political parties are becoming declarant and accountable for their investments in the party, but also for the further processes.
Okay, thank you. Heikuye, I think you are the perfect example of a crossover, but that topic we are going to discuss more at the end. I think the kind of a crossover individual participation is important, but in the case of South Korea, I think rapid organization of civil society after democratic transition was critical. So all those CSOs were pressing the government to introduce a series of reform like real name account in banking, and also you have to use your real name when you're trying to buy land, and also putting the purging the political military. That kind of rapid reform was very important in the case of South Korea. Okay, Mauricio, what about in your country to fight against this 14 years of Correa and Moreno rule? Your country is introducing this kind of legal and institutional reform?
First of all, I want to mention something that you said during the introduction of this segment. When a transition is not successful, people even begin to miss authoritarianism, and we must focus on that. In Ecuador, that's what happened recently. It's not an exception. Correa's candidate not only won the first round of elections this year, but also narrowly won the presidency. So he was really close to bring authoritarianism back to the country. And about your question, Sugyun, in Ecuador, civil society played a very important role during the most critical stage. During Correa's government, which persecuted and threatened activists, or even closed NGOs around the country, many of us learned how to resist, based of course on successful experiences from our partners from Venezuela or Bolivia. We learned how to denounce what was happening in the country. We learned how to propose changes. Our criticism was always presented with a proposal. Our denouncements were based on data, on facts, not on opinions. But not all leading members of civil society followed that path. Many activists and organizations unfortunately prefer to play the game of the dictatorship, working for it or laying low. Those of us who resisted are the ones who, as of 2017 and until today, had the legitimacy to propose reforms. As I mentioned before, the breakdown between Correa and Moreno was an opportunity to start fighting for change. On one hand, we had to work to disarm a corrupt structure that concentrated power for its own benefit, a structure that stole billions of dollars from Ecuadorians, a structure that disrespected the Constitution and the law. We had to promote electoral reforms to improve representativeness, to make politics transparent, to depoliticize the electoral authority. We had to propose reforms to recover the rule of law and the institutions. Civil society that did not lower its guard was able to, for example, demand President Moreno's government to join OGP, the Open Government Partnership, to join the ITI, the Extractive Industries Initiative for Transparency, or to improve public procurement through the open contracting standards. We knew the process would not be easy, but we had to do it. And on the other hand, from Moreno's government, there was openness. The divorce between civil society and the government was over during those years. We were no longer the enemy. Spaces for dialogue, co-creation, and constructive criticism were opened. And although civil society and organizations like mine were very hurt by what we had experienced during the 10 years of Correa's government, we work based on our principles to formally begin a process of democratic reconstruction. But the most important thing, Sugyun, was we realized that civil society should continue working together, not only resisting together, in the same way it used to be, overcoming differences. Each one, from its experience and ability, would lead a process that would be supported by others. Initiatives in a democratic transition could not be submitted individually. Collective work was definitely the only option.
Thank you, Mauricio. Okay, now let's move to Ben. Ben, after all, the former Prime Minister, Razak, he was tried because of his involvement in one MDB scandal. And after this scandal, how about the corruption in Malaysia? Is it being reduced, or is it still there are many corrupted politicians in your country?
Yeah, I think the experiences in Malaysia mirror that of what Hekui has mentioned, as well as what Mauricio has mentioned, that we can never underestimate the influence and the resources wielded by very powerful corrupt leaders and the following that they have built up. And in the context of Malaysia, when you have a ruling party that has been there for more than 6 decades, their followers not just exist in the political space, but they also have strong supporters in the state apparatus, the administration, and also branches of government. So while the government had changed in 2018 and these corrupt leaders were taken to trial, they continued to mobilize public opinion in their favor. And so while Najib Razak, has already been convicted and is undergoing subsequent cases, court cases, he still commands sizable amount of support. He still indirectly controls UMNO, that one of the component parties of the ruling government. So this is a lesson that democratic transition needs to be far-reaching and needs to prepare for the long road. So because the leaders that are there, they are not just as individuals, but they represent a system that they have captured over many, many years. In the context of countries like Malaysia, I suppose we have a very strong executive that has strong influence over the state power. And so they have continued to be able to influence public opinion and others. With respect to the question of corruption, I think there has been a change in the sense that we do not have new reports of grand corruption of the scale that we have witnessed with the Najib Razak scandal. So we have not encountered any of that. but the rumors and the talk among bureaucracy, there is still some elements of this going on, but no longer at the scale that has transpired before. Secondly, people have become more educated about this in the sense that they are looking out for these issues. And number three, I think the important lesson from the democratic transition is that a lot of political leadership now understand that they cannot get away with abuses of power and corruption with impunity, that there might be a possibility of them losing power and that they will be held to account for the conduct of themselves during government. So I think that's an important lesson where people need to remind themselves. I think fourth point is the encouragement on the part of civil society. Although Malaysian civil society is small and tends to be under-resourced, the success of that 2018 election has mobilized people to understand that these are the parameters of having good government. So people are becoming more and more aware about the need to have transparency and accountability in government. It is going to be a very tough fight, but I think the public awareness has been built up. So there is pressure and support from members of the public. I think the final point I want to bring in the conversation is that the changes in technology and access to information, that has made the work of civil society significantly easier. And we find that in the context of Malaysia, because we do need to have regular elections, it has been ingrained and it's part of the national political culture to have elections. Leaders and political parties cannot behave with impunity. So they know that at some point in time, they will need to seek re-election and to have legitimacy. And so they cannot punish dissenters too hard. So while we do have critics of the government occasionally being arrested or detained, we find that the level of harshness towards government critics have diminished significantly over the last several years. And in part is because even the apparatus itself, the bureaucracy or the security people also understand that at some point the government may change. And so they just better behave in accordance with the law. So that, I think, has been the lesson learned here in Malaysia that could be perhaps emulated in other countries in transition.
Yeah, I think I'm glad that Ben has mentioned the kind of technical innovation helps to reduce corruption. With the digital government administration, I think the space to get corrupted has been very much reduced. So I think in the case of South Korea, after democratization, the big corruption has been reduced, and citizens are very much demanding for the very transparent and very high level of integrity for public officials. But I think in our case, power abuse is still important case because as Ben has mentioned, Asian states government is very strong as a legacy of a developmental state. So they have a very strong regulatory power vis-a-vis business. So therefore, the business leaders tend to, it's not just providing money, it's more like accommodating kind of a policy corporations from president or the important political leader. So that's not that's not helping the transparent and fair market competition. So that's more serious issue in the case of South Korea. Okay, so let's move to other issue. That's how we can manage the people's expectation during the transition time. It's very typical that when a country is being democratized, the people has a very high expectation to achieve politically and economically. But it's such a, we need time to introduce a series of reform, but people, they don't. So that's why, as Mauricio has mentioned, some segment of a society is missing the authoritarian past. That's very dangerous sign. we hear, like many survey, for example, in Tunisia, the 87% of Tunisians think the country is heading in a wrong direction after the successful transition. And also, Ben has mentioned in Malaysia too, actually people's public opinion was worse during the 2 years Mahathir era and get better after UMNO took power again in October 2020, in March 2020. Well, how can we help the public understand that it takes time to show democratic dividends while showing the public some quick tangible gains? So can we just divide what can be quick gains so people can be assured, wow, democratization is good, but at the same time, there's some kind of areas and issues we have to persuade them, you've got to be patient. And also these days, there are many disinformations, they try to hurt young democracy. So I'd like to hear about these issues from each country. So this case, let's start from Ben again.
Yeah, I think in the context of Malaysia, I think the our situation here is that the opposition has been contesting in 14 elections, 1-4 elections for many years, and they were not successful. And so we do notice that it's a human psychology where they try to overcompensate. And so in the 2018 election, they overpromised. They made a lot of populist promises. For example, they are going to do away with the sales tax. They wanted to forgive student loans, for example. But the moment they got into government, they found that they are not able to do all of these things, that they had a lot of constraints and there were a lot of problems. They moved into a new house and then they found that the cupboards were bare. And so they needed to take on an austerity drive instead. And so that made a lot of people who had switched from the old party, the old ruling party, to them very upset. That is one part, unmet promises. The other issue is the long-standing fundamental cleavages, the differences that underpin the politics of the country. Malaysia is a diverse country, multicultural, multi-religious country. And so the political parties actually represent different religious groups, different ethnic groups, different parts, different regions of the country. So it is an effort to have a coalition government in the country. And so in the wake of the transition, the opposition actually had majority support from the majority component of the population, and they mobilized it against the ruling party of that period. And so they quickly began to have problems. And when they tried to enact reforms, such as ratifying international conventions like anti-discrimination conventions and so on, it was met with protests by the majority population, and that quickly brought down their popularity. I think the point that I want to build here is that democratization process is a long-term work, and it needs support from all sectors of society. It needs to have a very strong civil society that not just take on specific cases, but need to take on a public education role as well, especially when you have segments of the population that have very urgent economic needs, for example, or very urgent developmental needs. How do they manage these needs as opposed to the democratization process? And therefore, there is a need to also compromise in some sense so that they can stabilize the political situation and allow for time for democracy to take root, for the reforms to deliver the dividends. I think my final point is that in the context of moving the agenda forward, having a momentum for the future, there's always a need to invest in young people. And I think the one thing that the government of 2018 was successful was that they managed to lower the voting age from 21 to 18 years old. So this brings a 40% increase in the electorate and brings young people into the voting pool. And I think it opens up Malaysian politics so that we can, I think, begin to debate and mobilize people beyond the fundamental issues of ethnicity, religion, and regional differences. So it actually opens up space for civil society to play a more active role in the future. And perhaps their leaders then can transit from civil society space to political space.
Thank you, Ben. Actually, in my country too, young people has been is very much less represented in the national parliament and in established politics. But all of a sudden, you know, very recently, young political leader, even though he failed 3 times in general election, got elected as one of a major opposition party. So everybody got excited for young men to be a party leader. Okay, let's move it to Hekui. Tell me about the very high expectation in Armenia, and after all, it's a citizens movement, right, to bring democracy. So their expectation must be very high, but are they still very supportive, or are they a little bit somewhat frustrated? If so, in what issues they are disappointed?
Thanks for this question as well. I just want quickly to contribute also in the last point Ben made about youth engagement and kind of having more young people in a government. So the new Armenian government has been so much proud that after elections, where the government has been formed and represented by so many young people. And the movement itself was so much presented by so many young people. Actually, students made a large part of the movement and organized so many events and encouraged also adults to participate and be part of the movement. So for us, it was obvious that this is somehow youth-led movement. For me, very much important to keep that balance, also engaging more young women. I think in the countries and in societies like Armenia, where men-dominated traditional governments were there more than 25, 27 years now, what I personally see that the cultural and behavioral change of society happens also just because we need to engage more young women in positions, but providing really the powerful tools, but also having very strong point that it is not just formal requirement, but the content has been, should be provided as well for this. So coming to the question about the high public expectations, of course, as people's driven movement for the change and for especially for the very quick fix and quick change, there was and there is still very high public expectation. What I see personally, unfortunately, that is getting kind of less and less, that now that public ownership that has been there during the movement, I don't see personally that there is that much public ownership for the reform as well. People are waiting for a quick change, and unfortunately, new governments and like Armenian government does, they are becoming like more very much sensitive to public opinion. It should be that way, but unfortunately, that sensitivity becomes something that the kind of government tries to feed the public expectations, not with the real actions, but for creating some kind of small and quick fixes for the situations that do not ensure the sustainability, but also they are not for the long perspective. So this balance that now and currently exists in Armenia, unfortunately affects the further reform process itself. So for example, people were so much eager to punish those who were engaged in systemic corruption and get back the assets, but also the kind of money that these people were holding, state money, but through the legal process it was not possible. So the government started to run after all the regime representatives, and in some situations, unfortunately, the criminal cases that were initiated, were suspended, cancelled, just because the legal grounds were not enough. So this created so huge disappointment from the public side. But unfortunately, the government didn't work in parallel to create the relevant environment for society to be engaged in the reform agenda implementation, so people can see from inside what's happening and that the government is not giving up with the promises that there were there from the beginning. And the second very important aspect that affects a lot, creating disappointment from the public side for the reform, but also for the future of the country, is that the opposition, which is using so much disinformation and relying on the social media and the channels and trying to manipulate the understanding of people. So instead of to use all these relevant instruments and the mechanism to engage people in implementation of the reform agenda, what I see personally, that now it is used for the opposite. Now it supports the opposition and old guys to create the environment where people see and start criticizing that the current government does not do anything that they have promised in the beginning. And this disbalance that actually we are facing gets deep and deep now. And unfortunately, this public awareness rising culture is not that much very well rooted in Armenian society that could support filling that gap, but also creating really a culture where citizenship is important, not only for changing the old regime, but also building the new country. So for myself, as currently the public official, now I'm trying to find the ways how this behavioral change among citizens can happen through the awareness raising campaign, that they understand that they are part of the process of building new state, building new government, where of course abuse of power, corruption will not have place anymore for the further development.
Thank you, Yuki. And Mauricio, according to your story, I think your country, Ecuador, is more politically divided. So I'm sure there must be a group opposing new president democratic agenda. So how he can persuade and unify people and to satisfy their demand and persuade them this young democracy is worthwhile for them to watch and invest.
There's a long path and a hard work to be done. But as you mentioned something about citizen frustration and impatience, and I think that's one factor that definitely plays a key role when divided the country. And we must realize that certainly many transition processes are frustrating for citizens. Perhaps because the authorities do not understand or don't want to understand what we expect of a transition. When you are coming out of a dictatorship, you seek to recover democracy and not simply to pass power and control from one hand to another. In the Ecuadorian case, and that's why division happened, the transition that the Moreno government attempted through a popular consultation was very frustrating because it did not result in a real change or the recovery of democracy and institutions. It was simply passing the power from one hand to another. How we can put the country together, how we can join our citizens together when division is taking place. I think that if you really work to get rid of corruption, to reform the laws, or to restore democracy, there is no doubt that people would not be frustrated, that people will work together to pursue those objectives. I even, as I mentioned before, I have no doubts that people would join forces and support any initiative, in this case, led by the new government, by our new president. As Winston Churchill said many decades ago, democracy is the worst form of government except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. We must think about that democracy, it's reaching a limit. That democracy was used and abused by governments. There's a lot of mistrust, but there's also a lot of ignorance. And ignorance is also one of the causes of division. The best thing is to generate awareness in citizens, making them understand that although you don't eat democracy, it is thanks to democracy that we can eat. Look what's going on in Venezuela. And on the other side, thinking on the government side, it is important for them to understand that today we live in a time in which citizens are permanently informed through the internet and social networks. You mentioned disinformation and misinformation. A speech is not enough to convince people. The speech is not enough to join people back together. Citizens want to see results. We want the actions, not just the speeches. Quick gains are necessary, but lasting gains are more important. Transition processes demand profound changes, not patch reforms. And to achieve these, in line, for example, with open government, the best path is not that one of the representative democracy, but the one of participatory democracy, in which citizens are involved, in which citizens participate, in which all actors and all sectors are required to achieve changes, in which it's required to listen to people and not just take decisions seated in your office. Today, the transition processes are very different from the ones the world experienced in the 70s or in the 80s. Even dictatorships and authoritarianism and totalitarianism are also different from those that, based on military clothing, were seen during those decades. I'm talking about Latin America, of course. Look right now what is happening in our region, in countries like El Salvador, in which the dictatorship hides itself in the speech of change, in which abuses of power are justified in popularity polls. The citizens' struggle is no longer for left or right ideologies. The best way of joining us back together and the struggle of true citizens is based on the promotion, the protection, and the defense on liberal democracy and liberal democratic principles. So that's the way we must push forward if we want successful democratic transitions in our countries.
Thank you very much. Well, we already spent more than an hour, so I think I have to wrap up pretty soon. Well, my key takeaways from three great speakers is that after transition, just maintaining democratic transition on right track is very important, essential for the further consolidations. And for that matter, we need a series of legal and institutional reform. And for that purpose, the continuous civil society organizations support for the democracy, and also activists themselves participation in new government is also helpful. With that note, I'd like to end this panel. And at last, I'd like to thank you, three great speakers, Ben, Mauricio, and Heyuki. Thank you very much. And I wish all the best to all your countries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Musa Kondo, the country director of Accountability Lab Mali. We are a translocal network of nonprofit organizations in a global south that makes governance work for people everywhere. So we do this supporting active citizens, responsible leaders, and accountable institutions. Today, I'm going to be talking about one of our flagship programs called Integrity Icon, which names and fames Mali best public servants and offer an innovative way to tackle some of the governance challenges we are dealing with as Mali transition from military roles. In Mali, cities and towns, a lot of our political debate happens in the streets. For instance, we have a long tradition of tea drinking groups called Grain, where very active discussion about life and community are occurring every day. In particular, if you want to know what people are thinking about politics, your closest Grain is a good place to start. You will hear news of all sort of debate around corruption are very likely to be on agenda too. You visit one of these groups and ask them about corruption, chances are people will recite a long list of politicians and businessmen who have been accused of corruption and all the bad things they have done in the name of greed. But if you ask people to list at least 10 positive things about Mali in the moment, and it will be a much harder conversation to have. The current situation in Mali is challenging. People agree that we have found ourselves here as a consequence of bad governance, but the problem is that we don't have a wide agreement on what we are going to do to get us out of this situation. Since 1963, we've had 5 coups. The last one happened in 2021. And if trust between citizens and the government was low before this last coup, it is even worse now. So we have to ask ourselves, what kind of governance system do we want and how we will get there? If we don't work to understand why we are having a military coup every 5 or 10 years, they will continue. So following the coup d'etat in August 2020, a transitional government was established in September to lead this transition for 18 months by a civilian ruler. However, right now, the transition government is not responding to the real needs of Malians, nor to those of international community. They have been preoccupied with putting their own friends in powerful positions. And so many ways it is up to us, ordinary citizens, working with honest and dedicated reformers that we find in government to ensure we can continue the project of democracy. Despite unresponsive political leaders, we at the Accountability Lab have realized that many public servants have who report for work every day to provide various services for the citizen and are honest and sincere, and that their honesty and desire to deliver public services need to be recognized and celebrated. Our work at Accountability Lab builds resilience in governance structures through targeted and trained citizen-led campaigns that focuses on most honest, exemplary work. Exemplary public servants, I mean. So Integrity Icon does not name and shame wrongdoers. Instead, it names and fames the most honest and hardworking public servants. We work with hundreds of volunteers across the country who visit schools, courts, hospitals, police stations, and even prisons finding excellent public servants who are motivated by hard work and serving the communities. We get hundreds of nominations each year, and then with the help of independent panel judges, we find the top five to represent the best of Malian's public service. So we then make short films about these 5 winners encourage debates around what integrity looks like in public service. And these icons are then celebrated at a gala at the end of the year from in front of their families, their friends, managers at the media, and also international collaborators or organizations. So highlighting the story of these icons doing the right thing when no one is watching help us build trust with citizens by changing the narrative about the public service. So it creates hope that we can still depend on the work of many excellent civil servants working every day on various sectors, from health and education to justice, security, and administration. So citizens need to be reminded that these public servants are working for them and are invested in Mali future. Flipping the narrative like this incredible and powerful, it begins with all of us. Let's think about it. Being noticed and celebrated for doing the right thing is a powerful motivator factor. Mali had thousands of teachers, warders, soldiers, magistrates who have been working consistently, even through the coup and even in times of disruption. Whatever democracy we're trying to build, if we don't have the right person in the right position and doing the right job, we won't reach our goals. Integrity Icon shines a light on these reformers and help people feel part of the social contract. In Mali, we are going to build strong institutions unless everybody feels part of the journey. It is also about carrots and sticks. There are plenty of academic research to back this up. Incenting people to do the right thing leads to greater behavior change than punishment for doing the right thing, the wrong thing. That is a whole strain of thinking about something called positive deviancy, which outlines how in many communities there are people whose uncommon but successful behaviors enable them to find better solution to problems than their peers, despite facing similar challenges and having no extra resources. Around the world, the campaign is now run in 13 countries with tens of millions of people engaging with our short films and hundreds of thousands of people voting for their favorite icons to choose a People's Choice Award. The campaign is systematically catching people doing the right thing, and it is creating hope and building higher levels of trust within communities. In Mali, we've got a tough task ahead of us with the multiple election coming up to end this 18-month transition. It is important that we all play our part of work and persevere. We need our public servant to keep pushing through this transition period. We are now in a position where people are noticing the incredible work of individual civil servants in various ministries and departments. It is more now than ever to hold these people up. Their courage is contagious and can help ensure that integrity icons stand as role models within the public service. We are finding better ways to support and connect our icons this year, so they have each other to lean on when pushing for new ideas and reforms. We'll be holding Meet the Icons event to increase engagement in communities, also mobilize our icons as we get closer to the elections time, to ensure they're part of the discussion and non-violence and inclusion before, during, and after the election. We've got more than 1,000 volunteers this year assisting us with outreach and mobilizing people toward the same goals and of peace and integrity. Whatever Mali's transition looks like, Integrity Icon will keep people resourcefully and constructively engaged in creating a more accountable and a resilient future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Larry Diamond. I'm the co-editor of the Journal of Democracy and a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. And it's my pleasure to moderate this session on protecting democracy from backsliding. We have a wonderful panel today that I will introduce shortly. Let me just begin by saying what I think we all know and worry about. The last decade has been the most difficult time for freedom and democracy in the world since the third wave of global democratization gathered momentum during the 1980s. According to Freedom House, civil liberties and political rights have been in decline now for 15 consecutive years. In the past 5 years in particular, more countries have abandoned democracy than have moved toward it. And we now live in a world, for the first time since the end of the Cold War, when the majority of states with more than 1 million people are not democracies. It's now widely apparent that we are in a period of very deep global democratic recession, if not a reverse wave of democratic breakdowns. But the principal means by which democracy has failed in this period has not been by the old familiar method of military or executive coup, but rather death by 1,000 cuts, as illiberal and populist authoritarian leaders have gradually labored to polarize their societies, demonize their oppositions, enlarge their powers, and then gradually reduce freedom of the press, judicial independence, legislative autonomy, and other basic freedoms and checks and balances, to the point where these countries are no longer democracies at all. Each of the three countries represented here on this panel now has lived through a similar experience, seeing authoritarian populist demagogues incrementally destroy democracy. And each of the three individuals speaking today has courageously worked to expose and resist these trends. Let me introduce them now. Maria Ressa is co-founder of Rappler, a digital news site leading the fight for press freedom in the Philippines. Maria was named Time Magazine's 2018 Person of the Year. She was among its 100 most influential people of 2019 and was named one of Time's most influential women of the century. Maria has endured constant political harassment and arrests. Rappler's battle for truth and democracy is the subject of the 2020 Sundance Film Festival documentary, not coincidentally, 1,000 Cuts. Zoltán Kesz is the Director of Operations at Civitas Institute in Hungary, which promotes democracy and European integration through analyses and public debates. In February 2015, he ran as an independent candidate and became a member of the National Assembly. His victory meant that Fidesz, the ruling political party led by Prime Minister Viktor Orban, lost its 2/3 majority in the parliament. He also formerly served as the executive director of the Free Market Foundation. Medeni Sungur is the founder of Digimar Institute, which seeks to advance the public debate in Turkey through smart media content. Previously, he led the Freedom Research Association, a public policy research organization dedicated to individual liberty, peace, prosperity, and the free market. He also helped establish a libertarian youth network, 3H. The H's are alliterative in Turkish, meaning liberty, rule of law, and tolerance. And it's the 3H movement in Turkey. So it's our great honor to have these three very impactful and brave democracy defenders with us. I'd like to ask each of you now, beginning with Maria, to give us brief updates on how democracy in the Philippines, then in Hungary, then in Turkey has been backsliding, and what's been the trajectory. So Briefly, Maria, to you first.
I would say democracy in the Philippines is in the ICU. I loved your opening, so thank you for the way you said that. Essentially, what we've seen is a kind of exponential attack bottom up that seeds a meta-narrative, changes it, then allows the government to come top down and literally use the levers of democracy against itself. In my case, in terms of independent media, press freedom issues, we have been under attack since 2016. And then I'll just end with, kind of what I'm dealing with, which is in less than 2 years, the Philippine government filed 10 arrest warrants against me. I'm really apparently a threat, right? So I posted bail 10 times to keep doing my job as a journalist.
You say the levers of democracy, uses them or abuses them? And
definitely abuse. Sorry, and I gotta add in, I forgot the most important part, right? These abuses started in 2016 with brutal deaths in this drug war that President Duterte has essentially used to spread violence and fear that created the conditions that has led to this insidious manipulation and the breakdown of our democracy.
And Maria, before I move to Zoltan, what is the current best estimate of the number of individuals who've been executed without due process in extrajudicial fashion in this kind of bloodbath of a war on so-called drug trafficking?
Yeah, Larry, I know you do a lot of work in Southeast Asia, and that is the first casualty in our battle for truth, for facts. If you talk to the police, they'll say, oh, it's about 5,000. If you talk to human rights activists, starting in December 2018, they pegged it at 27,000. So the true number, who knows? And that is the goal of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for getting us started, although, of course, on a pretty dark note. Zoltan, can you update us on what's been happening in Hungary and what the trajectory of democratic demise has been?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Larry, for inviting me to this panel. I'm very honored, but I have to say that I wish I hadn't been invited, as it would mean that there is no problem in Hungary. Well, in the past 11 years, we have seen that the Hungarian government has been carrying out some really serious attacks on civil society, independent media, rule of law, human rights, and so on. And we have to say that it has become one of the most corrupt governments in the European Union, which in a way would seem to be quite interesting, as the Hungarian oligarchs have become rich from taxpayer money from Germany, the Netherlands, and other wealthier European countries. Now, you asked me about updates, most recent changes, and sadly, I would have to say that the most recent attack on human rights happened actually just this week. I know that this is a pre-recorded panel. When it comes live, it will be a bit older, but this week the Hungarian parliament has voted on a homophobic bill. The legislation which was accepted would increase sentences for sex crimes against children, which is okay. But however, the law is used to target the country's LGBT community, as the new rules which were added unexpectedly to the bill require the labeling of all content that might fall into the category of not recommended for those under 18 years of age, which means that you cannot enjoy literature in which there is, for example, a lesbian couple. You cannot read, watch movies in which homosexuality appears. Now, unfortunately, this new rule, this new law is very helpful for the governing party, as it may attract voters from the rural areas where Fidesz is already very, very strong. And as you may know, elections are held in Hungary next year, and the opposition has finally united against the ruling party. And the only tool that is in the hands of the government is to turn on its hate campaign, making it very intensive to mobilize the voters. And the last sentence that I want to say, that in the past 11 years, we have seen that this hate campaign has been working. People were told to hate different groups or individuals, like refugees, George Soros, multinational companies, the European Union, and now it's time to hate homosexual people. Sad but true.
So you are noting really one of the most powerful commonalities among authoritarian populists worldwide, that since they don't really have programmatic success to offer, they're not ultimately very successful at governing, and almost invariably they turn out to be massively corrupt. They have to mobilize fear and stigmatize vulnerable minorities in order to succeed. It could be gypsies today and gay and lesbian and transgender people the next day. Of course, it can always be the Jews or Muslims or any vulnerable minority, women, whatever, who are any, I should say, any marginalized group, since women are obviously not a minority. Zoltan, before I move on, I'd like to ask you a question that has been a puzzle for many of us that have watched Viktor Orban construct one of the most artfully duplicitous in its real character authoritarian regimes in the world. It's still a member of the European Union. It's largely evaded European Union sanctions. It is still considered by some, independent ratings agencies to be kind of barely an electoral democracy. Why is Orban able to convince so many people that Hungary is still an electoral democracy when it so obviously is not?
Well, it's very difficult to answer this question in one sentence, but there are lots of reasons, several reasons. One thing that we know, that the European Union itself is a very, very slow body. I've just mentioned this homophobic law. Viktor Orban knows for sure that the European courts will find this law illegal, but by the time it happens, 1 or 2 years, the election is over. He has already won the next election by then. So he doesn't really care about that. That's one thing. Another explanation can be that Orban has been working very hard on manipulating and convincing German or car manufacturing companies, which are present in Hungary with many factories, companies, and they are the ones who are also very influential within the German government, within CDU and CSU. And actually the list of explanations can go on and on and on, but I don't want to take everybody's time up here.
Thank you, Zoltan. Now I'd like to come to Medeni. Medeni, unfortunately, Turkey has the experience or the distinction of the experience of the longest trajectory of authoritarian decline. I believe the Justice and Development Party, the AKP, came to power in 2002, when I'm guessing you may not even have been of voting age. What do you think explains why Erdogan and his party, after such a long trajectory of increasing authoritarianism, are still in power? And what can you do to update us, and maybe in light of the last municipal elections, give us a little hope?
Well, I believe I'm going to be able to differentiate myself in my optimism about Turkey's trajectory.
Sure.
Turkey is unfortunately about to finalize a full cycle of corruption to collapse to maybe a 20-year cycle of corruption to collapse to democratic reform, to growth, to spoiling over that growth, to corruption and back again collapse, coming back to where it began, if not heading somewhere worse. hopefully. Yes, the President Erdogan has been governing Turkey since 2002. When he first elected, he promised reform, and the people were so fed up with the incompetent governments, the economic crises and everything. He came as an outsider, and he promised reform. He promised to turn things around, and they did for about 10 years. But beginning from 2013, Turkey started to steer away, not only from the democratic reform agenda, but also from the democratic conventions altogether. There are a couple of factors that I won't go deep into it right now, but I think one of them, that the corruption is inherently not a very productive mechanism. It's just wasting resources. But I believe they have been able to create an effective system out of however effective you can be within this ineffective mechanism. They create an effective resource distribution mechanism. That's the first thing. And secondly, and this I believe is a very much understudied subject, the availability of post-2008 excess capital disproportionately helped countries like Turkey. Normally, Turkey's fundamentals are rational. If Turkey makes a mistake, the reality comes and slaps, so the Turkey course corrects. But this period, in the second decade of the 2000s, actually created room for Turkey to keep going on mistakes. So this is the second thing that allowed Turkey to so far drive away from the main road. And very recently, we are waking up every day, and Turkey is shaken by the revelations of an exiled mob boss who publishes claims about his contacts with the inner circles of the government through his YouTube channel. The whole country is waiting like a new episode coming up of a Turkish soap opera every Sunday. And he lays down incredible claims on the corruption of government officials, including the ministers, police, and their relations with underground groups, media bosses, and journalists, as well as many prominent people. And Turkish lira has lost most of its value in the last 2 years, and the country is going through a crippling economic crisis. And most importantly, the youth unemployment is around 30% right now, which is an unhappy stat for those who are familiar with the recent history of North Africa. So the most important thing about the Turkish regime is that the regime is not able to deliver anymore, and the resource distribution mechanism is broken, which is the power engine of it. So the circles around it are now peeling off or willingly jumping out of the sinking ship right now, so to speak, beginning from the outer perimeter. So in a lot of ways, what is happening right now reminds me of the second season of the Narcos, famous Netflix TV series. So I'll suffice by this at this point.
Okay, I want you to hold that thought, because when I get to my third question about how to turn this around, I think you're pointing to some great vulnerabilities, not only of the Turkish authoritarian regime, but of all of them of this ilk. So I'll ask you to lead off that discussion. But before I get to question 3, I'd like to go to question 2 and drill down to one of the most alarming aspects of this authoritarian creep, which is the shrinking media space. Press freedom has been under attack in all of your countries. But of course, Maria, you've been the poster woman of victimization of this and courageous resistance in the face of this. So could you each tell us a little bit more about, beginning with you, Maria, about what the media have been facing and what initiatives or projects or campaigns have been effective in pushing back against the assault on media freedom and defending independent journalists? So Maria, we'll start with you.
Death by 1,000 cuts, right? That's actually what you said. So that's what we've seen. And, you know, at the beginning, when media comes under attack, and it's big corporate media, the way the government came at it is through the business. And so the top newspaper, the largest newspaper, was the first attacked by President Duterte, the largest television station, ABS-CBN, and then finally Rappler was third. Look, we've coined this phrase, hold the line. Don't voluntarily give up your rights, right? But part of the reason I can speak as frankly as I do is because we have no other businesses. In terms of the largest newspaper, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, the family that owned that had a lot of other businesses, and they were hit where it hurt. And you can see the impact of it. The ABS-CBN, the largest television station, a year ago on May 5th, a captured legislature essentially took away its franchise, meaning the largest broadcaster can no longer broadcast on air, right? Cutting it at its knees, cutting it off at its knees. And then, of course, Little Rappler is still here. We're a fraction of the size of ABS-CBN. I used to manage that news group. I came home to the Philippines in 2005 and managed that news group for 6 years. The loss of ABS-CBN means that the regional network group, which had 21 stations, also killed those sources of facts for Filipinos. And that leads you to the propaganda machine that the government has helped enable, has created, has poured money into to actually control. If you look at a map of the Philippines, we spend the most time on social media and on the internet globally for the 6th year in a row. And that's from We Are Social and Hootsuite study. That's from January this year. So if you look at that, the traditional news groups have been pushed to the periphery, and smack in the center is what I would call the disinformation networks. So you replace facts with lies. It's exactly actually what Zoltan described. You use hate, divide and conquer. You use this first on social media and then kind of sandwich it. In Tagalog, it's called bibingka, where the heat comes from above and from below. And this is how you cut off the press. Look, I'm lucky because I spent 20 years of my career outside the Philippines, and the help of the international community has helped us survive. But it's been a difficult time for sure. But aside from the arrests, right? Aside from the arrests and the kind of what's the word I'm looking for? The loss of our time and our revenue. We continue doing the stories. And I think has it impacted all Filipino journalists? You find reporters chafing at the bit, but at the same time, you find the business owners of the news organizations under attack on so many fronts. Not only the revenue model, which is under attack from technology, and the technology platforms, the American social media platforms that are siphoning the lion's share of advertising revenues, but also from a government that wants to keep media pliable and wants to replace facts with lies. There is always a slap if you challenge or expose. So the mission of journalism is even more important today, even as it has become more dangerous to do that.
Medeni, does this experience resonate with you in terms of what Turkey has experienced in the last decade or two?
Well, pretty much the similar thing, both with regards to the takeover of the rule of law, the courts and the legal system, as well as the media. I think the trajectories are pretty much similar in Turkey, in Hungary, in Poland, in the places. But I was meaning to ask Maria, actually, how do they power it? How do they power this engine? Because in Turkey, this is a costly operation. They did the exact same thing, replacing the center with their propaganda machine, which is right now just a money-burning machine. They don't deliver. And as Larry, you just mentioned, Istanbul municipality is actually bigger in terms of GDP and population than 15 countries maybe in Europe. So it's a big loss, and it was an important instrument in terms of financing, fueling this nonsense machine. Nobody buys it. It's not a lucrative business. It's not a profitable business anymore. So you have to make it up from somewhere else. As the resources are shrinking right now, as Turkey started to see the real consequences of the policy mistakes, the bad decisions they made, as the mechanism that helps Turkey to get away with these mistakes are gone right now, it's getting day by day costlier and costlier to operate these money machines, because it doesn't appeal to anyone. They are just bleeding off the electoral support, so they don't deliver anymore. They just burn money. So this is the first thing in Turkey. On the other hand, exactly as reference to Maria's point about the media ownership, I see a lot of interesting and exciting stuff happening in the media field. The first thing is that we've seen the rise of very smart independent content producers. These are individuals or groups, mostly young, not necessarily coming from publishing or media backgrounds, or in fact, most of them are not coming. They started working on what I call as socially conscious content a few years ago. That's the first thing. They walk on a thin line between journalism, advertising, drama. They're trying to incorporate new storytelling techniques into, delivering something that has the truth at the core of it. And they have been able to reach significant audiences and bring issues and perspectives that would have normally far outside the scope of younger audiences. And they helped, for example, Democratic contenders into the game, especially in the beginning, which I believe has a tremendous impact, practical contribution to Turkish democracy. And secondly, so many conventional journalists stopped complaining about declining freedom of press in Turkey and started actually using the already long existing platforms like YouTube to create their own communities. It only took a global pandemic for Turkish civil society to discover that, which I regard as a very good thing. They are today, in a span of maybe 15 months, most of them started early 2020, they are reaching millions every day. Yeah, and I see that from other fields, like a lot of early era YouTube influencers, for example, who are doing mostly silly stuff or trash content to grow their audience, are slowly moving into the societal issues field or community education field, or at least they are giving a portion of their portfolio to socially conscious topics, which means there's a cross-pollination between the Twitch community, the gaming publishers, the new political actors, the new media initiatives. It's almost as if the Turkish civil society is re-upping its social media game 10 years after the Arab Spring.
Great. Zoltan, what have you been seeing in the media space in Hungary? And have you seen any initiatives or efforts that have been effective in turning the tide against media intimidation and corporate, intimidation of media ownership?
Yeah, definitely. I will mention some positive things as well. However, I have to start with some sad things, as Hungary is ranking 92 in the World Press Freedom Index, and it's like 30 years ago when the changes came to Hungary, nobody would have imagined that becoming part of the European Union, being in NATO, being in alliances with the West, you would experience such a backsliding of press freedom. Now, some recent things related to press freedom. During the pandemic, Viktor Orban's government threatened journalists with prosecution for disseminating fake news and blocking the government's anti-pandemic efforts, which in a way were really propaganda efforts related to how the government has handled the pandemic, as we have seen a huge number of deaths, actually the largest number in the European Union related to the number of population. And still, Viktor Orban came out of it as a victor. I mean, yeah, that's what no man as the woman, this is his name. And actually, this is very sad news, because as journalists could not publish real news on the pandemic, it forced a lot of journalists and their sources, especially sources in the hospitals, to censor themselves. So self-censorship itself has become a commonality now in the European Union in the 21st century. Very, very sad. We talked, I mean, you asked about media pluralism as well. Well, when it comes to print newspapers, when it comes to radios, we don't see any media pluralism. As you need, for example, for radios, you need the license from the government to have your radio station. And you don't get this license if you are not a pro-government radio station. Same with the print newspaper. The governing party has been very, very smart on realizing the fact that the strength for the voter base in the rural areas is the county print newspapers. It has created a conglomerate that has bought up all the county newspapers, all the local print newspapers. And I think this is a very important issue because people in the rural areas still read print. There is very little internet penetration, and people read whatever is in their mailboxes, whether it's a propaganda paper, whether it's the local paper, they read print stuff. Now, Maria and Medani also mentioned media ownership. And this is where I come out with some positive things as well, because we see already that there are some local outlets, local online outlets so far, owned by some, I would say, enthusiastic individuals who are trying to make a difference in their own cities, villages, localities. And there is already, I would say, a growing number, 20, 30 local outlets. One is actually owned by me. So in my city, I am the one who owns a local paper, which actually just, I don't make any profit on it. This is one of my missions to inform people about the realities of things happening in Hungary. This is one thing. The other is we see a kind of like time traveling, going back to the 1980s, where people were spreading the so-called samizdat papers. This is happening now in 2021 in Hungary as well. There is a paper called Print It Yourself. Every week they post the real news on their website. You can download it where you live and print it out. For example, in my city, we print out about 2,000 copies every week, and we distribute it in the mailboxes. This is happening. So you cannot compete with the government-funded newspapers. They are loaded with money from government, and when it comes to funding, one thing that I have to mention, since I'm actually talking to an international audience, especially American audience here, it's a very good thing that Americans and also the American government is helping free press in Hungary. However, one thing that they do not notice is that when it comes to funding, they always almost fund already existing big outlets that actually preach to the crowd. So they reach people that are already in opposition. In my opinion, as a piece of advice, they should sponsor small outlets that reach rural areas. They should sponsor print papers as well. So I think this is one thing that we have to realize, that when it comes to reaching the audiences that are very pro-government and showing them the real news, the real world, it is the countryside that will decide the fate of this country in the coming election next year.
Great. Well, first of all, I thank you for that for two reasons. Number one, we see in most of these countries, including advanced industrial democracies, a huge urban-rural divide, and less urbanized constituencies provide more rural constituencies in Poland, in Hungary, in Turkey, and in a lot of other countries, including Western European countries, a more natural constituency for authoritarian populists. And second of all, therefore, if we can have a strategy to reach a wider base, to defend liberal values and discredit the corruption of authoritarian populists who are the engineers of democratic backsliding, it would seem logically that we have a larger chance of success. Which brings us to the campaign of radical love in Turkey and the stunning victories of the Republican People's Party in the municipal elections in Istanbul, Medeni, which you already have referred to, and in Ankara and in some other Turkish cities. So it does seem that civil society, democratic forces in the party system, democratic forces in intellectual circles and the media are beginning to rally and figure out how to push back. Now, Medeni, you produce media content to spark public conversations and debates, but I'm sure you've also been engaging these larger political trends. So tell us what you have learned about how to push back against authoritarian populism, and where do you see the spaces or opportunities for future progress?
Yes, thank you, Larry. The first thing I want to mention within the framework of the campaign that won Istanbul municipality, which is a big win. Erdogan always regarded it as the signal to the government, because he used to be he first won the Istanbul municipality back in the 90s. I think that the main difference was what I had something to do with what I call newspeak. The content those people were producing, the way they spoke to the audiences were sort of beyond the us and them talk, which has been dominant and which has been pumped into the public debate through those propaganda machines, which specifically turning off the younger audiences. That's the trend I've been observing. And this is also with regards to the new content producers, more independent, smaller groups who are producing stuff to make a difference. They are using a language that is careful. I think audiences are smart. They understand this conflated binary us and them talk, and they because it's so blatantly overused to politicize everything. People mostly understand where they come from, and they don't respond to it. It doesn't have any appeal to them. So for the first time, they basically stopped positioning themselves exactly against the government's position. So sort of doesn't allow the government to be the main position. They actually talked about their own agenda from a more positive point of view. They didn't challenge everything the government says. They basically build on a more positive note. So that's the first thing. And secondly, our audience, for example, want to speak. They want platforms that they can engage as equals. They are actually looking up to, and this is something basically in the DNA of the social media. People are actually looking up to the conversations rather than experts droning on them. This is the second thing. They engaged on the street level, and people are the campaign engaged on the street level. The campaign talked in a tone that is conversational, that is not looking down, that is not offending the other side, that is speaking to the middle ground. So I think these were the key factors. But we should remind ourselves that it also has very much to do with the broader electoral trends in Turkey, which is very much aligned, and this is statistically proven with the GDP growth rates and inflation rates, so the economic metrics. In early 2009, the Turkish economy was going down So as I said, the already existing, pro-government electorates were slowly stepping away from their pro-government positions, beginning from the outer perimeters. So this is another factor that we need to remind ourselves.
Great.
And yeah, please.
Good. So we're starting to wind down now and run out of time. Let me come to Zoltan. Of course, there's some similarities here. The opposition won the race for mayor of Budapest as well. So the opposition captured the capital city in Hungary as well. And then, of course, your own story may be relevant here in terms of crossing over from civil society activism to politics and to quite spirited opposition politics. So what lessons would you draw from the gains that Democrats have made in Hungary, the strategies they've made, and from your own experience in kind of moving from civil society to politics and government and back to civil society and so on?
Well, thank you, Larry. I would say that I would encourage people in civil society to stand up and become activists and become politicians who want to make a difference, because well, in the past decade in Hungary, we have seen a huge erosion of political life and politics. And actually, I have to give credit to Viktor Orban on that, on this erosion, sarcastically saying that he's following the example of Vladimir Putin when it comes to opposition parties. We always say that Orban has his opposition, he has his people in the opposition parties, and that is why a lot of people do not trust parties at all, because they know that they are infiltrated by the governing party. That's why we see that about 35% of the population cannot choose a party, because they say that, well, it's all the same. When I ran in 2015, I think a huge advantage that I had was the fact that I did not come from any party. So I was a civilian, I was well known in my city. So it helped a lot. So I really would encourage people. That's the positive side, that if you want to make a difference, do something. However, you have to be aware of the fact that when you run, when you decide to run, you will face a huge smear campaign. They will disseminate propaganda about you. They will disseminate false news about you. And just in 1 minute, I would tell you a very interesting story that happened to me during the last election. They started a smear campaign about me, spreading that I received millions of funds from a person who they thought was a corrupt politician. They disseminated a picture, a photo of this person sitting in a restaurant with another person, and they said, this is Zoltan and this is this other person, and they had it everywhere on TV, newspapers, everywhere. The problem was that the other person in the photo wasn't me, but they did not care about it. And when I was on the campaign trail, there was an elderly gentleman who started shouting at me, but you are the one who received millions. And I got really upset, and I said, well, this is the picture. Out of the two people, show me which one is me. And he said, I don't care, I saw it on TV. And I said, do you believe your own eyes or the TV? And he said, the TV. So this is my message to you as well, that if you want to run, prepare your family and friends for what's coming. Be brave, because intimidation will be coming to your face every day.
Well, I think we could enlarge that and say, if you want to stand up to creeping authoritarianism, be brave and prepare yourself, because Maria hasn't even run for office, and she's experienced an onslaught of character assassination and lies. But Maria, I want to close where we began, namely with you. In 2018, the World Movement for Democracy gave a courage tribute to Filipino photojournalists who were capturing image of those images of those extrajudicial killings, civil society and independent media like Rappler have been in the forefront of the fight against Duterte's creeping authoritarianism and his murderous assault on human rights in the streets of Manila and other cities. So what kind of progress have they been making? What has worked? What has not worked? And how are they building allies and civic alliances to hopefully restore democracy to the Philippines?
So far, nothing has really worked. And I am so thrilled, Medni, that more journalists and other people are finding social media, but you're beginning the curve that we are at the end of, and that curve is negative. And negative in the sense of once the government discovers it, they can flood that. And it's kind of, and it will be exactly what I've gone through, 90 hate messages per hour, right? So it's very hard to talk content or media in the age of social media, because Larry, we've talked about this. Social media changes the entire information ecosystem, and it is not in the control of each of our countries, right? What Zoltar was talking about that happened to him is partly because social media by design actually insidiously manipulates everyone on social media. And those ideas of violence, of conspiracy theories, look, the United States has proven this, right? What happens on social media doesn't stay on social media. The meta-narrative that led to the violence in Capitol Hill on January 6th started a year earlier and was seeded. The meta-narrative of election fraud was seeded on RT. This is all connected, and our countries are connected in that sense. I guess let me say with what needs to happen, because Hungary has elections next year, the Philippines has election next year. We will not have election integrity if no guardrails, if no laws are passed forcing American social media companies to actually stop insidiously manipulating us. And this is kind of where I've felt like Sisyphus and Cassandra combined. Social media, because of its highly profitable micro-targeting, has become a behavior modification system. And we are Pavlov's dogs. The experiment is happening in real time, using what we post, using our data, building models of us that is then sold to the highest bidder. That can be an advertiser or a country. And the consequences are disastrous, right? Facebook is the world's largest distributor of news. It plays in all of our countries, but it's so fascinating listening to Turkey and Hungary. Part of the difference is that you look at what our dystopia is, because it is coming to your end. I just hope Turkey doesn't go back through it, and I hope that your optimism carries through. But if nothing is done by design, these social media platforms, the ones that deliver the facts to each of us globally, are actually biased against facts. They are biased against journalists, and by design are dividing us and radicalizing us. So, okay, I don't want to end negatively, because I guess, Larry, you're there. So I think this moment in time is existential for not just for journalism, but for democracy. And if our information ecosystem, if the poison coming in through social media isn't stopped, it's like a virus of lies. If that's not stopped, it infects real people. Why did more people vote for Trump in the last elections, right? Why do more people ostensibly say they support Duterte more now, despite the fact that they've been largely incompetent and corrupt? So please let's come together. Let's demand those guardrails on social media, which is the beginning of our information ecosystem, so that we can restore trust. In all three of our countries, you can see that is what's torn apart, and power that already has power gains more power by doing that.
Well, Maria and Zoltan and Medni, thank you so much for your eloquent, candid, but inspiring remarks. I think we've seen in closing here that we're still facing a stiff challenge, that we in the established democracies have a lot of work to do to engage the social media platforms to be more vigorous in combating disinformation and manipulation of social media by disinforming autocrats and authoritarian social movements. We have a lot of work to do, I think, as well to support independent media. The National Endowment for Democracy helped to fund and support with Luminate, a great study that has recommended the creation of an international media trust fund, frankly, to support operations like Rappler, Maria, and change the business model for independent and investigative media in the world. But I think we have seen from each of the three of you that where there is innovation, resolve, courage, imagination, and persistence, autocrats in the world cannot rest comfortable. So with that, I want to thank Zoltan Kez, Medeni Sungar, and Maria Ressa for this really wonderful panel. And I hope you'll all stay tuned for the remainder of this World Assembly of Democracy. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
As we wrap up the day one of a global exchange, we want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate big and small achievements that you and our partner of the World Movement are making every day. To do so, we invited an internationally acclaimed musician to share some positive energy with us before inviting Mr. Chairman to close the day. Dasil is a Nigerian musician and activist. She won the 2019 Accountability Music Award and was one of the 3 finalists of 2020 Fair Play, the youth-driven anti-corruption music initiative organized by Transparency International. Sil has been part of the World Movement's Music as a Messenger for Democracy project since 2018. You can check our Music as a Messenger project on our YouTube channel as well as our website. So Sil, give us some energy, positive energy, and help us celebrate our achievement.
Hi everyone, my name is Sil. I'm a singer-songwriter, activist based in Lagos State, Nigeria. It's an honor to be performing at this year's World Movement for Democracy Global Exchange. My journey as an activist started in 2012. I was just a young lawyer, working and trying to lend my voice to issues around justice, the fight against corruption, human rights. I didn't know that my journey was going to bring me to a point where I'm going to merge my passion in music and activism. And here I am doing my thing. It's such a beautiful journey. And today I'm going to be performing a song called All You've Got. All You've Got is a song that I wrote from lessons I've learned through this journey. It's basically about how good governance is about all of us coming together, from civil society organizations, individuals, elected officials, and literally everyone has their part to play in governance. Good governance is about everyone doing their part. So enjoy All You've Got, everyone. I no need to be president to be part of my government. My voice is my platform. The goal is to reform. Silence is golden till your conscience gets frozen. Part of my government. My voice is my platform. The goal blame you push around today will come back to torment us. The bridge we failed to fix today will fall upon our children. So I'm asking you to give it all you got. Oh, I'm asking you to give it all you got. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh. We sabi talk, we dey analyze, yet we fail to realize the power of doing right, good conscience and foresight. Corruption, there our blood is taking over like a flood. What's meant for the people should go to the people. No more spectators, don't leave your life on the internet. The blame you push around today will come back to torment us. The bridge you failed to fix today will fall upon our children. So I'm asking you to give it all you got. Oh, oh, oh. So I'm asking you to give it all you got. Asking you to give it all you got. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Lawmakers, judiciary, executives, political parties. Now all of us be government, CSO, social groups, you and I, and the media. So take your place in government. I'm asking you to give it all you got. Ooh, I'm asking you to give it all you got. Give it all you got. Give it all you. Give it all you got. 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 Ooh, give it all you got. Oh, give it all you got. Ooh, oh, give it all you got. Thank you.
We are now about to close day one of the global exchange. It was an exchange of ideas among truly global speakers. We didn't talk much about the COVID today, but participants in some regional discussions like the Asia regional meeting a month ago analyzed extremely extensively how COVID is affecting democracy movements on the ground. Exactly a year ago, the World Movement and many of you signed a statement entitled A Call to Defend Democracy, warning that authoritarian governments would consolidate and expand their political power in the name of the global health crisis. The recent regional discussions have confirmed our fear. With economic hardship along with restricted political and civic space, all exacerbated by COVID, democracy movements will no doubt face bigger challenges. It will be an uphill battle for freedom. All the transitions are fragile, with full of political, economic, or security challenges. The post-COVID society might be more challenging for democracy, but today's discussions tells me that civil society's resilience is a reason to be hopeful. All the innovations presented today to create new political space and the platforms, agility and adaptability of civil society, young people's commitment to democratic ideals, to changes, to innovation, topical expertise demonstrated in today's discussions. All of these are hopeful signs. Finally, what people in countries in transition, such as Tunisia, Sudan, Ethiopia, Ecuador, Ukraine, Malawi, Malaysia, and Burma have taught us is that they participate in democratic transition because they want more freedoms, inclusive governance, a corruption-free society, economic prosperity. These are universal aspirations. The universality of democratic idea is what the world movement for democracy is built on. I thank you all for your attendance, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We will be talking about building international solidarity and presenting our democracy courage tributes to democracy advocates who recently demonstrated extraordinary courage.